We can start this. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our first discussion today. It's about making justice real. But before I introduce our panelists, I would like us to think for a moment about the Minister of Internal Affairs, Denis Monastyrsky, and his colleagues who died today in the helicopter crash near Kiev. So this war is taking its toll among every level of people of Ukraine. The helicopter came down close to a kindergarten. Just another, we would now have to say, typical classic example of Russian aggression against Ukraine. But we are talking maybe about more hopeful times because, well, we are not yet seeing the dawn and it's the darkest. But let's try to think what might come thereafter because justice has to be made. Our panelists today here in the room are Egils Levits, President of Latvia. Thank you, Egils, for joining us again this year in Ukrainian discussions. We have Jeffrey Nice, former member of International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, so the only one who has practical experience in these matters. Then we have Janine Di Giovanni, who is Executive Director of the Reckoning Project, gathering evidence for whichever way we decide to go with the justice. There will be evidence gathered by your team. Then we have Klaus Kress, Professor for Criminal and Public International Law, Director of the Institute of International Peace and Security Law of University of Cologne. And finally, we have Antoine Garapon, who is head of the Commission for the Reparations of Victims for Conference of Religions of France. And I'm your moderator, former President of Estonia, Kersti Kaljulaid. And I'm moderating because I'm not a lawyer, so I hope that by asking naive questions, I will be able to come closer to our audience. And first, now, to get us into the mood, we will listen to Andriy Yermak, head of office of the President of Ukraine. He's online with us. It's a pre-recorded message to get us into the mood for this discussion. So, Andriy, we are listening to you now.
Dear colleagues and partners, congratulations. Justice has prevailed. All the criminals have been punished. It's certainly unusual to start a speech with the final phrase. I wish I could do it right now. And so I can't. What's exactly how the story will end? The concept of justice is simple. The guilty must be punished, and the damages we have caused must be compensated. The crime repetition must be prevented. Justice is that the President Zelensky peace formula is about. It's our guide to the restoration of the rules-based world. It's inevitable. The wild, civilized world knows it. So far, only the Russian criminals in power don't get it. But we will help them realize that they are doomed for. We register 80,000 crimes committed by the Russian invaders. Over 9,000 civilians have been killed, including 453 children. And these are the facts established so far. Alas, the tragedy scale is much greater. We will lead those guilty ones down every unpleasant path, from the Warm Office chair, where decisions are still made on killing Ukrainians, to a cold dock, where the butchers will get that they deserve. They will forgive not a single torture or life taken, not a single destroyed home, not a single tear of Ukrainian child. Everyone who has and still is committing crimes will be held accountable. Justice is the key. The United Nations General Assembly has already recognized Russia as an aggressor state. But to punish the top Russian political leadership, which is guilty of the crimes of aggression, we need to create a special international tribunal. and Ukraine, together with the partner states, is doing everything possible to reach the goal. Why? For one, the crime of aggression is the mother of all the war crimes and crimes against humanity. For two, the special tribunal would be able to progress much faster than the International Criminal Court can investigate crimes related to mass atrocities. Pinpointing those responsible, especially at the political leadership level, is a complex task that can take years of work to complete. Meanwhile, the Tribunal for the Crime of Aggression can take a shorter time to make an indictment. According to the international criminal justice experts, estimates 2 to 3 months might be enough. Therefore, it's extremely important for us to create a special tribunal for the Russian top officials. The PSE, the European Parliament, the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, the Seimas of Lithuania, the Parliaments of Estonia, the Netherlands, the Czech Republic, the Latvia supported the initiative. Similar decisions are being made in the USA and Germany. The European Council has started working on the mechanism to establish the tribunal. The creation of the special international body to investigate the Russian aggression against Ukraine would be an important step forward to end impunity. We need to act collectively to protect the lives of innocent people of Ukraine, to protect children and mothers who are potential victims of the Russian missile strikes on peaceful cities. It is also necessary to protect the norms underlying our common global security and hold accountable those who violate them. The people of Ukraine have begun their quest for the justice. We greatly count on the civilized nations in this important matter. For world order and the international law to prevail, we need your help. Everyone will have to make a choice, whatever he or she is ready to join us, to stop evil, to punish those who do evil, to console those who suffer from evil. The world's justice has prevailed. All the criminals have been punished must become more than just a final phrase in my speech. They must come true, the sooner the better, for the good of all the humankind. Thank you very much. Slava Ukraini.
Slava. So, painful call, I would say, for all of us. Egils, may I ask you, people have been knocking at the door of ICC. People have been despairing about the inability of the Security Council to come to terms with such a situation. And you cannot but feel a little bit like you are back to the 16th year of the Peloponnesian War, and where millions were basically told that the strong do what they can and the weak suffer what they must by the Athenians. Mm-hmm. Or are we in a better place? How do you feel about it? Should we? You are Latvian, I'm Estonian, so these words really sound for us very powerful, as for Ukrainians.
Yes, international law is an imperfect law. Lawyers normally are working in the area of national law, and national law should be perfect, and there are instruments how to make law perfect. If there is a legal gap, then it is possible to conclude from other norms to the gap and so on and so on. But international law is not so perfect. But anyway, the international law has achieved very much in the 20th century. So there is a complete return from to reverse from right to war to the situation when the war is prohibited. It is started with this already in the beginning of the 20th century, but it is this principle of prohibition of war is established in the UN Charter from 1945, and also is there are Nuremberg tribunals, 46, 47, 48, where the criminals were also accused on the crime of aggression, not only other crimes, but also crime of aggression. This tribunal was established as an agreement between 4 states, and has a huge impact to international law. And this standard of international law should not be compromised now, because after the Second World War, it is the first time when we have such crime of aggression with the goal to eliminate another sovereign state. There is only one precedent, and good precedent, I would say. This is Kuwait. Iraq wanted to eliminate the state of Kuwait, but the international community resisted to that, and it was with this result of restoration of Kuwait. And now it is a second time, but of course the scale of the war is much more bigger as in Kuwait. So, therefore, I think it is necessary to establish a special tribunal for 2 reasons. First is not to allow a backsliding of the achieved standard of international law, because if we would de facto accept such kind of behavior, that means that the prohibition of war would fall down. So, and second, of course, to give justice in the specific case of Ukraine. But you asked why it is necessary a special tribunal, because International Criminal Court is has not a jurisdiction in the concrete case of Ukraine. Because Russia is not member state of their own statute, and therefore it is, in practice, I will not go into details, but in practice it is not possible that International Criminal Court is dealing with a crime of aggression. International Criminal Court is already dealing with war crimes committed by Russians in Ukraine, but not this, as colleague Yermak said, the mother of all the war crimes.
If I may ask, just for simplicity,
Yeah.
I mean, we all know that Russia is not part of the ICC processes, and therefore we cannot take these issues to ICC. We will create a tribunal. I don't think Russia will be part of that, I mean, set up with us as well. Tell a simple man on the bus, how exactly will that help us, and how lengthy process it could be, and why do you think, I mean, this body, newly created body, will gain kind of ability to work on this issue, despite the fact that Russia will, again, not be ready to cooperate, obviously?
Of course, Russia will not cooperate, but it is for principal reasons to have a court and fair proceedings accordingly to all principles of rule of law, which will result in a judgment where there would be a judicial appreciation of the events in Ukraine. And I think this is very important for keeping of the standard of international law, despite that Russia, of course, will not be part of this agreement. So for international law, it is enough to have such more or less recognized judicial tribunal with fair proceedings, I would say, in order to keep this standard. And whether it is, how long it will take, I think from judicial point of view, it is possible to establish. We can speak a little bit later. I will give the possibility for us. It is possible to establish as a special tribunal, and it should not work very, very quick. I think in opposite, it would, with the proceedings, should elaborate all the details of the war, of the crime of aggression, in order to make transparent this decision which leads to the situation. And this would also help the international law, not only not to allow the backsliding of the standard, but also to strengthen the standard of international law to go forward.
Thank you, Egils. I think this is interesting for non-lawyers, and I think we need to come back to that issue. I will now turn to Jeffrey. I mean, it's still quite incomprehensible that we can create a new body and this can take responsibility for this process, whereas ICC cannot and UN Security Council is obviously incapable. But of course, it's a relief for simple people that this can be done. But who will be responsible for the crime of aggression in this case, and how, should the process according to international law run to decide the circle of people who will be taken to the court? Putin, obvious, his closest circle, obvious, but President of Belarus, Lukashenko, non-recognized, I would have to say. Or who else? How will such a body, or will it create its own rules, or how will all this work?
I will answer your question, but in a roundabout way, with two irrelevant starting points. Last night, purely by chance, I was informed of the present state of health of a man many of you will know or know of, Ben Ferenc. He is now nearly 103. He prosecuted the Einsatzgruppen trial immediately after the Nuremberg trial of the leaders, and since then has devoted his life to the development of international law concerning war. He has two mottos that he uses whenever he speaks to the students at courses I run. One, law, not war, to reflect the point made about the fact that what we are seeing is a war in breach of the law of the United Nations Charter and everything else. And the other thing he says is never give up. And these are motives of great value for the present circumstance, legal and otherwise. The second irrelevance is this. At a family gathering last weekend of people between the age of 12 and nearly 80, the non-lawyers were convinced crimes had been committed and Putin was guilty. The lawyers thought crimes may have been committed, but as against Putin, well, it needed to be proved. The non-lawyers were right. And the time has come when we must stop bending too much to the rules of lawyers, from which, of course, they benefit, not least by the length of trials. Now, let me come slowly to the question that you asked of me, but again, approach it in a slightly different way. Have I lost? No, I'm there. Right. I thought I'd lost my voice. That would be too good for you. What we've heard already, including from the minister, is that there is a universe of law, Geneva Conventions, Hague Conventions, International Committee of the Red Cross, Genocide Convention, and so on. Those laws exist all the time in respect to protect warring states, members, whether they are civilians or otherwise, and in the case of the Genocide Convention, the citizens of every party to the Genocide Convention, if their government recognizes that genocide has occurred, because they can expect of their government that action will be taken. That law's there all the time. And the present mechanisms for dealing with accountability just pick off bits of it. And you heard just now how the ICC, because it's got a limited jurisdiction, can't deal with the question of aggression. How absurd is that? How absurd. The law is there and we set up an institution and it can't deal with it. So let's go back to the beginning. For all of this law and all of these mechanisms, small or imperfect as they are, doing their best, there is a starting point for all of them. And the starting point is who did what and is it criminal? My non-lawyer family members had reached that point already. And therefore, in my view, and I can't advise the government of Ukraine, I can only express odd opinions about this and that. The critical event now to be understood is an early, very early determination by someone, somewhere, of criminal liability, including, if it is so found, of Putin. So in answer to your question, who's going to do it, I don't really care. Providing someone does it, and does it soon. And it has to be quick for several reasons. It has to be quick and definitive. Just as Nuremberg was, and the Bosnian trials were not, because by a definitive identification of criminality and moral responsibility, there can be no later history that allows for moral equivalence between Ukraine and Russia, between the Serbs and the Bosnian Muslims, for example. You need that early determination, and it needs to be fixed. So it was very encouraging to hear from the minister that he expects the aggression tribunal to determine in 3 months. I just wonder what they're going to be doing with the last 8 weeks. These cases against Putin are dead simple. And indeed, the crime of war crimes involving civilian targets, crimes against humanity, because there's clearly a widespread and systematic attack with events such as killings as part of it. These crimes are simple, and we must not yield to the argument by lawyers and others that it's going to take a long time and it's difficult. It's not. Yes, proving crimes against the individual soldier from the northeast of Russia, working unknowing what he's doing in Ukraine, is another matter. For the leadership, it's dead simple and very important to have it tried now and early. So let me shut up, because I've got only one other thing I really want to say. Yes, let's have the crime of aggression tribunal, but I firmly believe, and this is mildly revolutionary to be heard by 4 international lawyers, whatever is done by way of accountability should be done by Ukrainians in Ukraine, unless for the time being it's too dangerous, but in principle in Ukraine and in the Ukrainian and Russian languages, not English, not internationals. They can advise, but don't let them run it. Why? 2 reasons. First of all, if you let internationals in, then you will be subject to international pressure, which may always and often be counter to the interests of justice. The second thing is, these are crimes on Ukraine's soil. It is Ukraine's privilege and duty to deal with them itself. So I don't mind where the tribunal happens, but let it be by Ukrainians, and preferably in Ukraine and in the Ukrainian language. And if you think I'm talking nonsense, just think. Canada takes a bite of Alaska and goes to war with America. There are war crimes. Will America allocate responsibility for trying war crimes to, where shall we say, France? A country in Africa with a developed legal system? No. It will try them in America, in the English language, as indeed will England when Scotland has separated if we were to go to war with Scotland over a piece of Northumberland, which is a bit of territory to the north.
Thank you, Jeffrey. It was a highly interesting notion there, because many people, I can tell you, and maybe this is our inferiority complex, feel that having an international stance and international procedure will make us to stand on a surer, more visible and secure ground. This might not be the case. But what you said, another thing very interesting is for me that the rules of lawyers cannot trump the rule of law, which is something which I, haven't heard a lawyer to say. And I would like to throw that now on to Antoine, actually. I mean, this is some statement here, I would say. How can then the rule of law, the feeling of justice, prevail over the rules of lawyers in this process?
It's a good point. I fully agree with what Jeffrey said, and I would jump on what President Levitt says about the innovations in law in these conflicts. And I'm more focused on reparations, because in the title of it's not justice real for guilty, but also for reparations.
Indeed.
And there are very interesting innovations. Ukraine won the first battle on November the 14th with the resolution of the Assembly of United Nations. It's a major step, because it provides a legal basis for reparations, and it's extremely new. And by the way, it's very new that the General Assembly take this point of reparations. But unfortunately, and President Levitt mentioned Kuwait, but it's not possible to do the same things that we did in terms of reparations for Kuwait, because the lack of unanimity in the Security Council. So the first battle is won. There are another battles to come. The first one is about funding. There are major problems or obstacles in the possibility of how to secure funding from frozen assets. From the proceeds of levies imposed to Russian oil and gas. This is a problem. It's not that easy, because it touches the property matters, and so again, only in international law, I think that's only a resolution from the Security Council could allow to take those frozen assets and to orient them towards reparations. So we should think other innovations about international agreements among governments. In order, what should we do in a proper way, in a legal way, in order to use those assets in order to fund the reparations.
How could these innovations happen? For example, Estonian government has taken a decision to start to investigate how we could actually, indeed take control of the frozen Russian assets and then transfer them to Ukraine, hoping that if a small minnow does something, the risk for this kind of global architecture is relatively low. The risk, is worth taking for us, and we're able to do it.
Yes.
Is this the way forward, or is it reckless?
We have to be creative. We had the problems with Iranian assets, and I think that agreements are not enough. We should set up rules for that, international rules, new rules of the game for that, because one of the trend of this war is the importance of economy in this war with the sanctions. It's new. The level of answer in terms of sanctions is new, and we go further. The next step is how to use the product of those.
You say we should have kind of new international rules based on the UN General Assembly resolution.
Yes.
Therefore, Estonians should not first go create national legal space, but wait for the creation of international legal space.
Yes, I fully agree, and I think that we should use the United Nations Assembly.
Okay.
Because we are blocked. There is a blockade at the level of Security Council. and to propose new rules to the Assembly of United Nations would be a major step for the forthcoming years. Because another innovation is to anticipate, this is new in this war, to anticipate evidence for reparations and mechanism for reparations. But there is the final step. Which kind of mechanism should we set up in order to organize a cooperation between, we saw, which is to my mind as a former judge, it's absolutely new to see units of policemen from the UK and other countries on the floor and to document, to gather evidence.
Yeah,
but the next step would be to organize a mechanism for the day after, and the day after is reparation.
Thank you for this encouragement. This is also a very nice encouragement for our today's next panel, if I may make an advertisement. But Klaus, I will now turn to you. I mean, it seems so crystal clear what we need to do after having listened to previous speakers. Why are so many countries hesitating, and why haven't we yet set up this tribunal? What's keeping us from doing it? I mean, I think you are the right person maybe to analyze a little bit that.
Let's perhaps first take the positive side of things. And that's largely due to Ukraine's powerful legal diplomacy. The crime of aggression that has been put at the center of this debate, and so rightly, because it should be at the center of international accountability efforts. It is, as I like to say, the original sin which has opened the floodgates to all the other atrocities we have seen and we continue to see. This crime of aggression has been, we have to be honest here, it has been sidelined for many years. And that's not the Russian Federation's fault, but this is the fault of also very many Western states who have tended to ignore this crime and have focused exclusively on war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. It was asked here why we have such an, as it was called, absurd gap within the ICC statute. And indeed, it is a deeply deplorable gap. But
and many is that aggression is not defined, whereas all the other
aggression is defined. Okay. After years of hard negotiations, we managed to define it. But the jurisdictional scheme is so deplorably narrow. But it's not that everybody wanted it to have it so narrow. South African state, African states, and also many European states were in favor of a wider jurisdiction. And if they had prevailed, we could today proceed also against the Russian leadership before the very court which would be ideally suited, the ICC. But Western states, most importantly France, Britain, and of course also, let's be honest, the United States, they insisted on this narrow jurisdictional scheme. And now this gap, this glaring gap, I fully agree, in the international architecture has come to light. And now, and that's the big success of the conversation and debates over the past months. This gap that has been ignored for months is at the center place, and we are now discussing concretely what to do about it. Geoffrey Nice, if I correctly understood what he said, he pleaded for the Ukrainians doing it. Wherever the location, but the Ukrainian doing it. And of course, he is absolutely right that Ukraine would have all rights to do it, to set up tribunals, to conduct investigations. The problem, however, is here that the crime of aggression is a leadership crime, different from war crimes, crimes against humanity and genocide. So what's at the core of all the efforts about the crime of aggression is really to go after those at the Russian leadership level. But this is something that, at least in essential parts, the acting state president, foreign minister, head of government, this is not something that can legally be done at the national level for legal reasons. immunities are applying. And this is one of many reasons why the focus of the debate is how to find a solution which is workable and which is in accordance with applicable law at the international level.
If I may ask one question to be quite precise for people like me. What is the preferable option then? Either to expand the definition of aggression and not to throw aside ICC from the process, or to create the new tribunal?
Yeah. Well, ideally, to be very clear, the ideal solution in principle would be to close the gap in the ICC statute, to amend the ICC statute. That would be also possible retroactively, and to bring the cases there where they ultimately belong, that's the ICC. So that's, in principle, I am under no doubt that this would be the way forward. Now there is a political question, not for me to decide, a political question, that's the matter of time. And many speakers before me have made that point. If the need is urgently felt to send out a message soon, not in the sense of a judgment, that will not come about in a month's time, but also a powerful message would be to begin with investigations, to trigger the process. There are many steps in a long international procedure which are meaningful as a symbol to the international community. If the political preference is to start that process very soon, then the process of amending the ICC statute, which should come in any event, to make that clear, could take too much time. And this is why many are arguing for setting up an international special tribunal. And here, to make it very clear, my preference, the best model on the table, which I understand is supported by the Baltic states and many others, is to involve the General Assembly, to work hard to get a powerful as possible majority there, and then to conclude an agreement, and we have precedents for this, between the United Nations and Ukraine, and to set up a special tribunal for the crime of aggression on the basis of such an agreement.
Yes.
That would be the way forward. It would be a genuinely international solution, and the big advantage would be, according to the case law that the International Criminal Court has delivered, then a strong argument could be made not to apply those immunities that would shield the Russian leadership at the national level.
So we replace the UN Security Council, removal of the shield, by the General Assembly decision.
Well, that's what we have to do now all the time. The Security Council is blocked. We are experiencing, and that's a positive development. The General Assembly is rising to the challenge here in many aspects. We have just heard about its role in the reparation field. The General Assembly cannot do precisely what the Security Council did, for example, with the ICTY and ICTR. The General Assembly cannot adopt a resolution and set up a tribunal. But what the General Assembly can do, and it has done so in other cases before, is to entrust the Secretary General to negotiate an agreement that the United Nations conclude with Ukraine in order to set up such a tribunal. That the General Assembly can do.
Sounds relatively smooth way. Estonian and Latvian diplomats are really, and many others are really working on that. I will now ask Janine to explain, how we are getting the evidence. There has been already hints made to international cooperation on that as well. But before I give floor to Janine, I give one question to Egils to think about while Janine is talking, because it's a tricky one. Which of the proposals to set up a tribunal, to expand the mandate of ICC on aggression, to somehow use existing rules and bodies, which will be actually demonstrating to Russian population best, that what has been done by their leadership was international crime, allow them to best accept the decisions by such a body, whatever it might finally be, and lead to real and true reckoning of what I mean, Russia has done, to the level that Russian school books in the later years will deal with this aggression of Ukraine, aggression of Georgia, I mean, similar issues. But this is tough, so I leave you time to think about it, and I will now turn to Janine to explain to us the evidence gathering.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Janine Di Giovanni, and I'm the Executive Director of the Reckoning Project. We are a small war crimes unit inside Ukraine. We're working on the ground. We're the opposite of the lawyers and the academics. We're in the field, and we then pass our data and our evidence to all of you. So the Reckoning Project was born on February 25th, the day after the invasion. And it was born out of anger and sorrow. Personally, in my long career in war zones, I've reported and investigated 19 wars, witnessed 3 genocides, Srebrenica, Rwanda, and the Yazidi slaughter. I've also been in 3 Putin wars, so I know what he does. I was in Grozny, Chechnya, when it fell to Russian forces in 2000. I was in Aleppo, in Syria for 8 years, documenting war crimes, and now Ukraine. I have seen repeatedly in my 32 years in war zones, the bad guys get away, walk away. And why is this? Because the evidence wasn't being gathered whilst the war was on, whilst the crimes were happening. It happened after. With all due respect to the ICTY, my bitterness at what happened in Bosnia to this day haunts me, because there were 20,000 women raped systematically in Foča, in rape camps. I know some of those women. They were raped up to 16 times a day. There was only a handful of the perpetrators who made it to The Hague. So I know it worked in many ways, but in many ways it did not. So we founded the Reckoning Project, and we are Ukrainians, 2 Syrian lawyers. Why Syrians? Because they know very well the way Putin works and his playbook on the gruesome attacks on civilians. The other reason is the rewriting of history. I have seen Srebrenica be rewritten, and all of you in this room probably know that Putin is now meddling in the Republika Srpska to bring about a renewed nationalism so that they will rise up and try again to destroy Bosnia. When I lived through the siege of Sarajevo for 3 years. I was in Sarajevo 92 to 95, and then for 10 years I continued working in Bosnia trying to track Mladic, Katovic, Milosevic, the bad guys. I now see history being rewritten in Bosnia, in Srebrenica, by one Nobel Prize winner, Peter Handke, who is a genocide denier. But it's also happening in Rwanda. It's also happening in Syria. So part of the Reckoning Project's mission is we are going to document it, we archive it, we verify it, so no one can ever say, this did not happen in Dnipro. This did not happen in Bucha. And the third reason is we want to stamp out this plague of impunity. And I do my job with huge passion. Just briefly, the methodology of how we work, because this is very important for all of you. I only want to work with Ukrainian researchers. Human Rights Watch, Amnesty, huge respect for them, but they send in foreigners. So we handpick 25 Ukrainian investigative journalists who are of the highest level. We then train them very intently in IHL, in trauma, because it's very important when you interview someone who's traumatized that you do not re-traumatize them, because that's not admittable in court. We then use a very strict methodology of do no harm, but taking witness statements. We then verify it using OSINT, open satellite imagery, and other methods. We then work with sociologists and political scientists at Yale, University of Michigan, Bellingcat, other places, and we begin to look for the patterns in the chain of custody. We then build the cases and we hand it over to you. So we are unbelievably mobile and nimble. We're not blocked by UN bureaucracy, it's just us. We're just 25 researchers on the ground that we mobilize, get to the place immediately. And one of the main reasons that I think we're so effective is that I realized there was a massive gap, and I think I realized this back in the Rwandan genocide, that there were frontline responders, not just journalists, but aid workers and the people on the ground, the rescue workers, who were witnessing the crimes firsthand. But how do we train them so that you can actually use their evidence? Because their evidence wouldn't be admittable. I've been called to The Hague 3 times as a journalist. My notebooks don't stand up because they're not written in the lawyerly way. So that's what the Reckoning Project is doing right now. We are basically the documentarians on the ground. Our motto is, we're watching, we're documenting, we're verifying, and one day we will get you. And I think that sends a message to all the bad guys out there, not just Putin, but in Africa, in the Balkans again, that there will not be impunity for these horrendous crimes.
I think, Janine, we all hear you, and what you are doing effectively is you are training Ukrainians to be a perfect victim of aggression. Similarly, like we women sometimes joke that you have to be the perfect victim of the rape because you have to take notes all the time while things happen. And now I was against, now I was yelling. Very similarly, you are training Ukrainian people to be the perfect victims, to document what is going on in order to hold in the court. But I would like to remind us all that Crimea is occupied since 2014. And if anybody thinks that when once Crimea will be liberated, or for that matter, occupied areas of Georgia will be liberated, we wouldn't find evidence of crime similar we are now seeing in Bucha and elsewhere. We are wrong. And I mean, this is, for me, very important that we do not use the opportunity of not notice, because it happened several years ago, because there has been kind of iron curtain drawn between us and them, and that we should always remember that. Because, of course, it takes the world to ignore successfully, as it did after the Second World War, for example, what was going on in the Baltic states when the first years of occupation and so on, so on. This is what makes them to talk. Maybe some territory could remain Russian. No, it cannot, because there will be exactly the same kind of crime which will be unearthed as soon as this territory is liberalized and is free again. I mean, I'm sure we're all ready to take, a stronger poison on that. I mean, this is the truth. Let's not ignore it. Egils, the tough question.
Yeah, thank you. So if we are in a legal discussion, then it is clear that to establish such a tribunal, or in general to judge the crime of aggression, is possible, and there is a need to do it if we are discussing legally. But the elephant in the room is the political will of the states to do it. Then we should put together the both levels of discussion, legal discussion and political discussion. And so if we are putting together, then I see that, as Professor Kress rightly said, the ideal solution is to complete the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court, and then the International Criminal Court will deal with this question. But the problem is not a legal one, but the political one, because, as you rightly said, even Western states, important Western states, are against that, and they're still against that.
Why they are against that? Simple me asking.
Why? Maybe.
They're all my friends, President of France.
Yeah, so
German.
maybe especially as a big powers don't want to be supervised by international bodies. I think it will limit their radius of action, their freedom of choice, and therefore they have a hesitation, I think. This is, in my view...
so they are indeed of Peloponnesian view, of Melian dialogue
in
view.
a certain way, yes, in a certain way. So, ideal solution is clear. Then, but if we are putting together the political, the problem of political will and legal discussion, legal possibilities, then there is a second best solution. The second best solution is, we have not mentioned here, resolution of the Security Council, but realistically we can say no, it's not realistic. So the third best solution is the resolution, as you said rightly, of the General Assembly of United Nations, which will give power to Secretary General to negotiate and create this. Here, I see there is certain probability to have such a resolution of the General Assembly, but it is not very sure, I would say, because so-called Global South is, for certain reasons, for certain reasons, is saying this is rather European war, or a war which is only interesting or relevant for the West and the Western powers and so on. So there is a possibility we should work on that, to have such a resolution of General Assembly, but maybe also, I would say rather probably, we will not get such a resolution. Then there is a fourth best solution. Another international organization could set up such a tribunal, special tribunal now. So it is possible, in principle, Council of Europe, European Conference on Security in Europe. I think this is both are also possible. Maybe the possibility, especially Council of Europe, where member states are regarding themselves as democratic states which are bound by rule of law. This is differently from United Nations, where a different kind of state orders in United Nations. Council of Europe are, at least formally, only states which are based on rule of law and democracy. Maybe the openness for that would be better. This is a fourth best solution. And the fifth best solution is a special agreement of like-minded states. I remind again that such kind of agreement was between the 4 states which created the Nuremberg Tribunal, only 4 states. It's a formally international agreement between the 4 states. It is possible, maybe it's more likely to have such agreement between 10, 20, 30 or more states, to have a special agreement on that. And also, I don't know whether there is a fifth or maybe on the same level. We should discuss this. What is better, this special agreement of like-minded states, of course, including Ukraine, or this hybrid model, Ukraine plus some international elements. This is also, I think this is more likely from political point of view, how we can achieve such a tribunal. So the Ukraine plus international element. Then, if we are counting also...
It's 5 now, 5
yeah,
and a half.
5 now, yeah. If we are now taking, if we would take also in account the element of time, so maybe in 50 years, all the international community will be so far that the International Criminal Court's jurisdiction will be extended. But I think this element of time, as you said, if it is very quick, or maybe in long run, so I think we should be close to the events. We cannot wait 50 years or 30 years. And therefore, I think if we're looking all together, then I mean what is more likely or more possible to establish a special tribunal, Ukraine plus international elements. We can speak about how, or agreement between like-minded states, I would say also including Ukraine. And then the third possibility is to involve an international organization like maybe Council of Europe.
Thank you.
Then we will see. And then we should, I think we should try to reach all the possibilities, but we should go further when one is ready. And I think these three last are more ready as a more ideal solution.
Thank you, Egils. I think Klaus and Jeffrey both want to comment on that. And I understand the choice basically is to have kind of wider legitimacy, which will also answer my question. Probably Russian citizens will have it easier to accept. I mean, if let's say the quickest is probably Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland and Ukraine come together and establish a body. I have a nagging doubt about that. Even if it's quick, would it be enough? So Klaus, then Jeffrey.
Yeah, that was extremely helpful. This exposition of the different alternatives. And let me just add a few sentences on the General Assembly avenue, so to speak, because no doubt I entirely agree with you, Madam, in terms of legitimacy, in terms of power of the message to be sent out to the world to strengthen the cornerstone of the United Nations Charter, which is now at a risk of erosion, the prohibition of the use of force. There could be no stronger and better model. I take that point that is often mentioned about certain concerns of the global south. But I would urge, now that I have the chance to speak to eminent personalities in the political fields, these concerns are often voiced, but from my knowledge, there is not at this moment in time sufficient engagement with the global south. I encourage now to invest urgently all diplomatic instruments at your disposal in New York to engage with them because, and that's the fundamental point I wish to make, this is short-sighted to say it is a European matter, a European war. Of course, Ukraine, the Ukrainians, are the immediate victims. Of course, they are experiencing egregious harms. But what is at stake here is a core rule of the international legal order. The European Council has decided prosecuting the crime of aggression is in the interest of the international community as a whole. And why? Because a rule is at stake that should have protected Ukraine, but it should protect each and every weaker, not militarily powerful state in the world. And this is at stake. And so African, South American states, they have a vital interest here that international law in this case of aggression prevails. And this is why this would be so important to persuade them that it's not just our European matter, it's a world affair that is at stake.
Thank you, Klaus. Jeffrey will get the final word, but indeed, as I ran Estonian campaign for Security Council, and then you had to engage quite a lot with African states, South, and all these parts of the world. It's extremely hard to convince your own diplomats that you need to make friends to then make use of the friends. Not at the times only start making friends when you're already at the trouble, I have to say. So maybe that self-criticism is valid for many European nations. And the last words belong to Jeffrey, because you know how these things have been done.
Thank you very much. Every speaker is correct. All the defects of which they speak are well described. The system is hopeless. Does not meet the needs, demands, and more importantly, the rights of the citizen to have the law put in place. Two small points. Reference to Srebrenica and the internationals. Be under no illusion. One reason why the truth about Srebrenica is still to emerge is that America, Great Britain, Germany and France secretly agreed to let Srebrenica fall and have had it in their interests to suppress evidence ever since. They interfered with the investigative process because they had their own secrets to hide. Do not think trusting the internationals will work. One of the consequences of that has been, as described, Bosnian Muslims' miserable position of facing moral equivalence, interference by Russia, and probably the splitting, or possibly the splitting in due course of their country. What you have heard, I suggest, shows that we should look at the beginning and the end. of any process dealing with war crimes. As I said, you need to know who did what and whether it was criminal. And what's the purpose at the end of it? The purpose at the end of it is one of three things, but principally it's to deter. And only if you have determinations with or without the consequences of criminal trial and punishment, which is another issue, but if and only if you have determination of culpability, may other people, not just in Russia, but a long way away, across the straits from Taiwan, will they think twice, because this war is of enormous importance to all of us and not just in Europe. I remind you all that what you've heard includes huge criticisms of the General Assembly and the Security Council, and you should know that there are other great efforts underway at the moment to review the rights of the Federation of Russia to do what it is doing to block international justice. That's yet another failure and yet another place where all these efforts are going ahead. I come back to what I said at the beginning, and I don't care how it's done. The aggression tribunal will be great if it can be done in months, preferably weeks. You need an early determination with some authority, set it up how you will, to give impetus to all these imperfect processes, to leave a record that will live forever, and to deter people elsewhere. And why is that early determination important? Not just for the Bosnians, for example. I was born just after the Second World War. The Nuremberg trials of 20 people lasted less than a year, and they happened a year after the end of the war. Those of us brought up after the Second World War in England, we never talked about the war. We never looked back. We didn't have to. We could look forward. An early determination, by whatever method, stimulating all others, will be part of what will enable Ukrainians to look forward. I fear any of the well-organized international systems which will last 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years will allow moral equivalence and make looking forward very difficult.
Thank you, Jeffrey, for this powerful message. I will apologize to Anton and Janine that you had only a chance to speak once, but some consolation is that in 25 minutes we'll start discussing here how justice can be done, how things can be really, in the real terms, for simple people to be put right, for those for whom it still can be put right, because of course what do we hear from the ground? Too many have lost any hope because they've lost so many dear and loved ones. And we must never forget that this is what we are talking about when we are talking about the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Thank you for all of you for joining us. I'm sure, like Anna-Lena Baerbock said in Hague, international law will evolve from this crisis as well. And you're all a very important part of it with this discussion today. Thank you very much.
Axel F. gesagt hatte. Ich glaube, beim Streaming, weil er gesagt hatte.
join us in a minute. We also have Patrick W. Kershaw, Allen and Overy LLP Director on the international claims, who has also worked for U.S. administration during Obama time. We have Martian Krzyzkowski, who is partner at Austria's advisory to the Office of the President of Ukraine, leading on this discussion on these reparations. We have Bruno Catala, she's on a rare former ICC register. And we have again Janine, the Executive Director from the Reckoning Project. So welcome back, Janine, welcome on everybody else. And I will now ask Irina to make an introductory remark. She will remain with us all through this hour. So when she gets waving at me really aggressively, then I will give her floor back to you. Irina, now the floor is yours, please.
Unfortunately, another tragic morning in Ukraine. Emotions from this morning news do not allow me to focus on my speech. Minister of Internal Affairs discussed that to State Secretary. My colleagues in justice, 9 persons, are not with us anymore. Can hardly believe in this. This blatant war brings my country only suffering, tragedy, death. How parents who took their child to the kindergarten in Brovary this morning can feel now after receiving horrible news that their children are not alive anymore. Where Russians come, there is everywhere death, terror, complete destruction of both property and the international legal order. Massive war crimes, endless numerous casualties, unprecedented destruction of private and public property, civil infrastructure, natural resources, genocide, the act of terror. This is the face of the monster which has the name Russian Federation. Russia must be held to account for all war crimes and compensate all damages. And Ukraine takes all possible measures and calls on our allies to bring the aggressor to justice. The system of holding Russia to account must be comprehensive and include 3 main pillars: the investigation of Russian war crimes by Ukrainian criminal justice system and law enforcement bodies of the foreign states, investigation and prosecution of war crimes by the International Criminal Court, as well as to bring Russia to justice in the international courts. The second pillar is the creation of the special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine in order to hold Russian top military and political leadership accountable for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. And the third pillar is the recovery of reparations from the aggressor, including through creation of the international compensation mechanism, strengthening the sanctions measures, and confiscation of state assets of Russia and sanctioned individuals, and repurposing them for the compensation of damages to victims of Russia's war crimes and reconstruction of Ukraine. Speaking about the first pillar, since the beginning of the full-scale aggression, Ukrainian law enforcement agencies have registered and are investigated more than 64,000 criminal proceedings regarding crimes related to Russian aggression, and of which about 63,000 are related to war crimes. Joint investigation team established in March 2022 includes experts from Ukraine, Lithuania, Poland, Estonia, Latvia, Slovakia, and Romania, and the Office of the Prosecutor at the ICC became a participant in that team too. Ukraine also actively cooperates with the ICC prosecutor to ensure a proper investigation and prosecution of the Russian military for war crimes, including crimes such as genocide, crimes against humanity, which fall under the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court, and calls on other states to cooperate with ICC so the investigation and prosecution of war crimes are accelerated. Speaking of state responsibility, I would like to stress that responding to Russia's armed aggression against Ukraine, which has resulted in massive violations of human rights since 2014, the government of Ukraine has submitted 5 interstate cases against the government of the Russian Federation to the European Court of Human Rights. The 5 interstate cases relate to human rights violations on the territory of temporarily occupied Crimea, events and human rights violations on temporarily occupied territories of Donetsk and Lugansk regions, united case of Ukraine and Netherlands, capture of Ukrainian sailors in the Kerch Strait in 2018. And the last case, and the most significant one, it's the human rights violations during this full-scale invasion of Russian Federation. In these interstate cases, Ukraine proves the responsibility of the Russian Federation for systematic violations of human rights and effective control over the territory, temporarily occupied territories executed by Russia. Establishing the responsibility of the Russian Federation in the court will facilitate the maintenance of individual applications by citizens and legal entities against the Russian Federation, both in ECHR and in investment arbitrations, and will become the basis for considering such cases and for the applicants to collect compensation from the Russian Federation for the violated rights guaranteed by the European Convention on Human Rights. Another international legal forum for holding Russia accountable is the International Court of Justice. The ICJ is considering nowadays 2 cases of Ukraine against Russia. The recent case on interpretation, application and fulfillment of the Genocide Convention, and the case commenced in 2017 of the violation of the International Convention for the suppression of the financing of terrorism and of the International Convention on the elimination of all forms of racial discrimination. Turning to the second pillar, given the lack of jurisdiction of ICC to investigate the crime of aggression against Ukraine committed by Russia's leadership, Ukraine has initiated establishment of a special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. And the creation of this special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine will not affect the jurisdiction of ICC, but will complement its work. Holding Russia accountable for aggression will demonstrate that international criminal law is effective, that international justice is effective and serves its primary goal, protects the international legal order and human rights. Focusing on the third pillar, I would like to emphasize that Russia's illegal actions caused material damage to individuals and legal entities, the state of Ukraine as well. Russia is obliged to compensate for all the moral and physical suffering of Ukrainian citizens, for all the economic losses of private and public legal entities, to pay for all the destruction of private and state property. On November 14, 2022, at the United Nations General Assembly, 94 countries voted in favor for the resolution on remedy and reparations for aggression against Ukraine. The resolution recognizes that the Russian Federation must bear the legal consequences of all of its internationally wrongful acts, including making reparations. The resolution also recognizes the need for the establishment of the international compensation mechanism for reparation and recommends the member states the creation of an international register of damage. Having said that, Ukraine expects that at least 94 states who supported the resolution will become active participants in creation of the compensation mechanism in cooperation with the government of Ukraine. Ukraine has developed the concept of the mechanism. It was presented to the international community. The compensation mechanism shall provide for the establishment of a compensation body, especially dedicated to determine the compensation claims, the compensation fund from which the compensation will be paid out, and an effective procedure of enforcement of the compensation body's decisions. The compensation mechanism will be based on multilateral international agreement. the states must create the international legal tool to make Russia liable for paying reparations in the situation of the absence of its consent and non-availability of the United Nations Security Council. And at the first step of this process towards the establishment of a compensation mechanism, Ukraine seeks to create an international register of damage for Ukraine. The register would collect information about claims and record evidence of damage, loss and injury, and other violations of international law committed by Russian Federation in or against Ukraine. For this evidence to be further used in future for adjudicating process. We call on our allies to join the process of set up of the International Register of Damage, which will be placed in one of the European states. The effective implementation of a comprehensive international compensation mechanism is the key to achieving justice for all those affected by Russia's illegal actions against Ukraine. And we realize that the key to the effective operation of the compensation mechanism and the guarantee that all victims will receive fair compensation is the financial filling of the compensation fund. Ukraine is confident that the main source for financing the compensation fund is the blocked and frozen assets of the Russian Federation and the Russian sanctioned individuals. Therefore, it is fundamental for us that the frozen assets of Russia and the designated persons remain blocked until they are confiscated and subsequently transferred to the compensation fund, which will operate within the framework of the international compensation mechanism. Achieving this goal would ensure compensation payments to victims of armed aggression and prompt post-conflict recovery of Ukraine precisely at the expense of the aggressor state. In order to bring Russia to material responsibility for all damages caused, we call on our international partners to maintain the sanctions already imposed, to continue increasing the sanctions pressure on Russia and freeze the assets of the sanctioned persons. We also expect that in the near future, our partner states will develop and adopt the necessary legal frameworks and procedures for the confiscation of such assets, their repurposing and further transfer to the compensation fund, which will be established within the international compensation mechanism. So, ladies and gentlemen, Russia's aggression against Ukraine is an international crime, not only against Ukraine, but also against the entire civilized world. Bringing the aggressor to justice is our joint duty. We are grateful for the financial, military, and economic support provided to Ukraine, but we urge to continue the support of Ukraine and facilitate bringing the aggressor to justice by supporting Ukrainian law enforcement and ICC in investigating Russia's war crimes on the territory of Ukraine, the establishment of the Special Tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine, the creation of the International Compensation Mechanism, and the International Register of Damage, strengthening sanctions pressure on Russia, including through a reflection of the Ukrainian sanctions against designated persons involved in armed aggression against Ukraine, and introduction of the domestic legislation and EU legislation enabling confiscation of assets of Russian Federation and the frozen assets of the sanctioned individuals and their transfer to the compensation fund within the international compensation mechanism. The more collective measures we take, the sooner we will force Russia to leave the territory of Ukraine and bear responsibility for all international crimes and damages. Today, Ukraine defends not only its sovereignty and territorial integrity. Ukraine defends democratic values, human rights, international legal order, and the rule of law for the whole world. Bringing the aggressor state of Russia to comprehensive international responsibility will be of decisive importance for the future world order. And this will definitely demonstrate to any aggressive state that the real legal consequences of the armed aggression will definitely come to in order to punish the aggressor. Thank you very much for the attention and inviting me to speak at this panel.
Thank you, Irina. And while we are speaking about the roadmap for reparations, we all want to send our condolences to you and your colleagues, because what happened this morning cannot be repaired in any way. And we are with you. I would like to remind us that already in the previous panel, Antoine Garapon and others told us that we have ample tools if we want to work on international legal space to make sure that justice is done also in its material aspects. It is possible, but as we were also reminded, we need other things than tools. We need also political will. And my suggestion is we'll try to concentrate on how to gather political will to carry out this wish list which Irina read out to us. And also, maybe it will help us to get this political will if we understand a little bit better how practically it can work. We all remember the fiasco trying to find all around the world the reserves of the Russian central bank. How can we try to find the assets which are far more dispersed? How can we bring together this global, national and international legal space in order to make it all happen in a really fireproof way? And finally, my final question, if I am a woman who has lost an apartment somewhere in Dnipro, what will happen to me? How will I be then compensated? Because I believe these technical aspects are extremely important to gather the political will as well. So I let you all muse about it, but I will first ask Mark-Jan to speak about how he sees, how Ukrainian people see how this could go forward, how we gather this will and how we get practical. I will later, finally, if we have time, also ask the room to come in, because this is more of a brainstorming, what we are doing here. We are trying to create international space for repairing the damage which can be repaired. As we said, the most important damage cannot be repaired. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I speak today with a heavy heart, like all of us, because of this morning's horrible tragedy, seemingly one in endless chain of these unnecessary tragedies brought to us by the Russian war. And this is yet another highlight of why accountability and justice is important. And despite that tragedy, I thought I'd start with an optimistic statement. The statement is that Russia will have to make reparation to Ukraine. It's not a matter of whether or if, it's a matter of when and how. And you have seen, you may have seen that we in Ukraine like to speak in threes. You've heard from Deputy Minister Mudra about the 3 pillars of accountability system. I'll also offer a 3 for you, 3 undeniable truths about Russian reparations. One is that in international law, if a state commits a violation of international law, it has a duty to make reparation. 2 is that Russia has committed a violation of international law, not just a violation, but perhaps the most egregious one conceivable, an act of aggression, a violation of another state's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and that was affirmed by the United Nations, by the General Assembly, by the International Court of Justice in some way. 3, you have heard earlier today, on the 14th of November, the General Assembly issued a resolution that it stated that Russia must be held accountable, Russia must make reparation. There must be a mechanism for making that happen, and the UN member states are recommended to take steps toward that, including, as a matter of priority, establishing a register of damage. These 3 undeniable truths make me optimistic that Russia will pay. Excellent question from Madam President was, what are the practical steps for that to be taken? We do not need to look far for that, because that resolution of the General Assembly is the roadmap that we have to follow. And again, returning to our approach of 3s, we have 3 stages of doing that. Stage 1 is, as written out in the resolution, establishment of the register of damage. It can be called the register of claim or register of evidence, it doesn't matter. It is going to be an international organization that will accumulate all the evidence of atrocities, of violations, of damage, of suffering caused to Ukraine and Ukrainians by Russian war. This is where Janine and her team will put the evidence they so painstakingly collect, and that evidence will be put to good use when time comes for the legal proceeding. Again, echoing to the question that was asked, what is a woman from a destroyed building in Dnipro has to do? We are working on a system that would allow her to simply push a button in an app on her phone, in an app called Dia, that we all Ukrainians know. That app will collect evidence from all the registries, all the databases, and submit that claim into the register, where it will await its adjudication. Adjudication is an important word, because this is a formal process that will go from evidence to a finding, a formal finding of Russia's responsibility, and a formal holding that Russia has to pay a certain amount of money as reparation. This is stage 2 of our process, establishment of a claims commission. We are not inventing a bicycle, so to speak. That's all been done before. It's been done when Iraq invaded Kuwait. I think it was also discussed this morning. And the Security Council established the UNCC, UN Compensation Commission, with a mechanism for adjudication of claims from the victims against Iraq. We just need to have that mechanism implemented within the framework of Ukraine. Stage 3 is to make sure that there is real money behind it, because we are not in pursuit of empty judgments written on empty, meaningless paper. We are in pursuit of effective, meaningful compensation, effective, meaningful reparation. We hope against hope that Russia will come into its senses at some point and will start cooperating with all of this. But we're also not naive. And we're also mindful of the fact that the duty to make reparation is not contingent on Russia's consent to make them. So we look at what's out there, at Russian assets. If in our domestic national system somebody causes damage to somebody else and refuses to pay, what does the court do? The court just collects on the assets, on the bank accounts, on the real estate and whatnot. There is no reason why the same thing should not happen in the context of international law to make sure that the violating state bears responsibility for the actions that are done. Now, this third phase is something that makes a lot of people very uncomfortable. How is it that we can just take assets belonging to a sovereign state and take them away? Isn't there immunity? Isn't there some sort of a precedent that we will establish that will come back to haunt us? Well, there are two things to say to that. Oh, not three, two for a change. One is that immunity is important, but this construct should not allow states to hide behind if they violate the most egregious violation of international law. It just cannot, because if immunity is a way to hide, then there can be no responsibility without the consent of the responsible side. Second is that, yes, we want to establish a precedent in a certain way, because we want to show to the world that if a state in the future commits an act like that, it has to face responsibility. It has to lose the assets if it has to come to that. There is nothing to be ashamed of in that sense. So we are working on that, and we are seeing tremendous progress as our advocacy now is in, I guess, ninth month, as we travel around the world, speaking with the capital, speaking with the government, seeing that the answer is going from a no to maybe to let's see how this can be done. And you may have seen an options paper that European Commission issued last month in December, outlining various options how to go about Russian assets that are held in Russia, that are in Europe, that are currently frozen, and they're meant to make reparation to Ukraine. There are a lot of difficult issues about this, but one thing is certain, coming back to the issue of international law. There are only two ways this will end in. One, international law will fail if we don't do anything about it, or two, international law will come out of this more resilient, more robust, stronger. I do not want to imagine a world where international law fails, because we're going into anarchy then. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark-Jan. And Patrick, you work with Mark-Jan. Maybe you want to complement his emotion with some kind of legal, dry kind of notion about
I mean, I'm nothing if
how
not
we could go forward, or maybe about political will.
Happy to be legal and dry. I mean, the reality is, after spending basically every day with Marc-Jan over the last 9 months, I have very little to add to his strong words. I would at least want to underscore the point about innovation.
Yeah.
You know, I think that for all the faults of international law, I think one of its great strengths is its resilience and its flexibility. In many ways, we are at a moment of tremendous crossroads, really a moment of inflection in international law. And that is a moment that is generationally unique. I think we are at a moment in our lifetimes, and I can say that categorically, everyone in this room, this is the moment of change in international law, unlike any that any of us have ever seen in our lives. And we are at that inflection point, and we need to be innovative and creative. And part of that creativity might include new pathways for the General Assembly to act. Part of that innovation might include new discussions about how immunities should be dealt with. And part of that discussion also needs to be kind of what it means to exist in an international order where responsibility is at the center of what international law is meant to offer. And the really unique aspect of the November 14th resolution is not simply that a state that commits a wrong must pay reparations. That's black letter law and has been so for decades. The innovation is that a mechanism, an international mechanism, must be established consistent with the rule of law, consistent with justice, that holds a state accountable. And that linkage is the first time the General Assembly has ever done that. And we're proud of that. And it demonstrates that what we are all going through and what the people of Ukraine more than anyone are going through has value in the creation or the recreation of the international legal order, and that we should be proud of that.
Thank you, Patrick. And indeed, I would also like to point out that there is always innovation related to the war. There is technical, there is legal, but also not many people from many countries would tell me, if I ask the question, how will a mother or a grandmother get compensated, that she will push the button. We know Ukraine has proved the concept of being a digital nation, keeping in contact with the people, which is a huge asset, which not many countries actually globally could copy. So this in itself is something which makes it far more feasible, plausible, and easy to understand that it can really, in real life, happen.
And just one quick response, that also is in part of the innovation. I mean, the reality of what does international law provide to the individual? That question, that kind of anxiety about, well, what does international law mean to me as a person, is a question that we are all facing right now. And if we are able to provide that woman a path, a mechanism to demonstrate that international law has worked for her, that would be a great achievement in kind of the next 20 years.
I totally agree, but I turn now to Bruno. Are we overly enthusiastic, optimistic? I mean, yes. Believe it can happen quickly. You said yes.
Well, yes, I say yes. I say yes because, you know, you say that it's the major moment of the international law, but I live also the creation of the ICC. You know, I was there, and for me, it was also one of the... So at each, and you are young, and that's very good, and you know... I
don't allow patronizing my panelists.
Okay, but that means that at each time we have new, I would say, new international law, new things that could go in the right way. And now to answer the question of your woman who want to have some reparation, what I would say first, after the commission that you talk about, to have a tribunal up and running, and a tribunal, an efficient tribunal. And that's my point. I want to say that I want to talk about just 5 efficiency points. I will not enter into details because it will be too long. First, I think that the choice of the international body who support this tribunal will be absolutely essential, because if we go to the General Assembly, it would take a long time, and you have said that in the previous panel. So I think, for example, to choose the Council of Europe will help on this issue, because you have already, for example, a registry up and running, and we can also have a support on this. The second thing is that perhaps we have to think about proceeding in absentia. I know that it's not totally, for some of the lawyers in this room. I think proceeding in absentia is something a little bit like a devil.
Yeah, but I see people nodding. So
yes, but I think it's very important, because if you have somebody who is guilty, and you can send an arrest warrant, and that's changed a lot of things. And that's also for your woman something, because during this proceeding, we can say, this woman is a victim, and that changed everything. And that's why the tribunal is here, is to designate who is the victim and who is the perpetrators. And that, I think, is a very important thing. The second issue is that we have to be very careful about the choice of the judges and the prosecutor. We have to choose professional. The third thing is that you have to create a robust and efficient rule of procedure and evidence. And that means that this thing, we can do it now. We have not to wait for the tribunal itself. We can do it now. We can create this commission now, and to work on this as soon as we have the tribunal. This tribunal will be up and running, because we have this rule of procedure and evidence and efficiency about this reason. And the last thing is about the including this court within an international justice system. And that is absolutely fundamental, because it will not be possible for this tribunal to deal with all these crimes, and we need to have an organization where, at the end of the day, all your different women be able to have compensation and to claim for this compensation.
Thank you, Bruno. Janine, hi. There are 25 of you, and at the last count of World Bank, I think it was about 300 billion of the losses to document. More. The Ukrainians think it's bigger. New World Bank numbers are coming out quite soon, but in fact, it doesn't matter, 300, 600, 900 billion. 25 of you documenting it, giving material to the women to attach to this button they are going to push to get reparations. How on earth?
Hi everyone, I'm Janine, the director of the Reckoning Project. My co-director is sitting in the audience, Natalia Gumenyuk, who leads our team of very brave researchers inside Ukraine. So, Madame, what we do, and it's very interesting you mentioned the political will, because I am up against people saying to me every day, how are you ever going to, you're gathering all this evidence, you're working so hard, where's it ever going to go? And that's why we do it, to kind of counter this lack of political will that I saw over and over again in Syria, in Bosnia, in many conflicts in Africa. So we are doing this because basically we want to keep advocacy going. We want to keep in the public eye what is going on in Ukraine so that people are shocked and saddened and there will be more action. The other thing I want to bring up is let's look at past mistakes and success stories. So let's look at the mistakes of the ICTY. Let's look at what we can do better. We can gather evidence and, as Bruno said, have it ready by the time we get the bad guys, right? Let's not wait like Milosevic till he's in the docket and then begin the work and then he dies. Let's get it done early. Let's get it done in a nimble way, which is what the Reckoning Project is doing. Let's look at things like the IIIM. The IIIM, the Syrian Mechanism for Accountability, was started with a few diplomats in New York, I was there at the beginning of it, who worked together to get it passed through the General Assembly. The war in Syria, I'm going to remind you, I was there for 8 years, was the first war really with citizen journalists everyone had a cell phone, right? So everyone in Aleppo who saw a barrel bomb coming could put up their cell phone and get the image. Now, the problem with the IIIM, which we cannot make the same mistake as, is they have about 40 years of video to go through. It's going to take forever. What we're doing with Natalia is we are getting our evidence now, and we're verifying it immediately and then archiving it. And with your help, we're going to have a very solid archive that's already codified and ready to go. Let's look at the success of special tribunals like Sierra Leone, another war I witnessed. So I think there's two things I'm trying to say. Let's keep the pressure on the political will. Let's use advocacy, and let's use the truth. And just one final point I want to make. In my 19 wars that I've investigated and reported and lived through, vengeance is the most horrible deterrent to keeping peace, to post-conflict security. When wars end badly, like Bosnia, you are going to have another war in 30 years. Justice delayed is justice denied. And the only way people work through post-conflict situations is when they get justice. So let's give that to Ukraine, and let's look at the past mistakes, and let's make success the best we can with people like all of you. Thank you.
One very concrete question, and I don't know whether Bruno or Patrick wants to answer it. Should we go after state assets, or can we also, let's say we find somebody's yacht, let's take Deripaska's yacht, probably one of the most expensive, we sell it and we're able to rebuild 10 kindergartens in Ukraine. Which is fastest, and how we justify the last? Are all citizens of Russia responsible for the atrocities which have been created? How would you, as a lawyer, respond to the more enthusiastic people who say, of course?
Yeah, well, I think it's important to disentangle some of the criminal questions that we have from what we're talking about, which is economic compensation, right? So reparation for economic losses.
Yes.
That's not to say that crimes against the person aren't also a crime, or crimes against property aren't also a crime, right? But we're talking about reparations on the economic plane. And I actually think that there are a couple ways to look at how what I like to call culpable assets are used. That itself is a phrase that is innovative. No one has used the phrase culpable assets. Normally, a person is culpable.
Yes.
But here we're talking about culpable assets, because what the international community has jurisdiction over at present are the assets.
There is a culpable asset, let's say a rocket, but it normally destroys itself.
Right. But the jurisdiction extends to the assets right now. Yes. We have blocking assets, not yet the people, right, which is on the criminal side. Now, how do we use those assets? How will those assets be brought to fund the commission? I think states are domestically right now, and we're in consultation with them. If you look at Canada, Canada has been incredibly innovative on finding ways to take assets that are blocked and appropriate them for compensation. And the UN resolution is one of those foundational documents now that will allow states domestically to act and push money's culpable assets towards. Now, the other question is, well, what happens in absentia? What happens, how do you take a recalcitrant state like Russia's assets and use it personally? And this might, I'd open it to the crowd. I think Russia will eventually participate in the reparations process. And why do I think that? Because if they don't, the capital markets in New York, London, Paris will be closed to them forever. Because what will happen is victims will go where those assets are. And those assets will be in Paris, London, New York. And they will go to a US court. And they will tell a US court, I'm a victim, give me those assets. And there will be judgments against Russia in those courts. And Russia will never be allowed to put monies back in the United States. Now that would be difficult for the world when Russia comes to the peace table and normalizes and is held accountable. They want access to those markets, so they will need to participate. To Mark-Jan's point, it is an undeniable truth that reparations will be paid. It's just a matter of how and when.
Bruno, you want to have something?
I agree with what was said. I want just perhaps to add that, perhaps we will need to have some asset coming from Russia. After I am on the avenue, the judicial avenue, which is the different avenue. So the tribunal may condemn Russia to pay some compensation to the victims. That's also a possibility. In the ICC, you have a trust fund for the victims. And the trust fund is funded by the different states party. And perhaps also the Russia could do something about this trust fund also. Perhaps in a future peace agreement, I don't know. But perhaps it could happen like that also. Because I think what is a big difference today is that we are all convinced that we have to have within the judicial proceeding the victims, which is a little bit new in this international justice, criminal justice. And we have to have the victim because we have to heard what they have to say about their pain, and that is so important at the end of the day to have compensation. Compensation that could be not only personal, but could be collective and symbolic. That, for example, to rebuild a school, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I see that a whole lot of political will is needed to fulfill the second step, which has to precede all others. And this means individual states under national legislation may be supported by international framework to decide what to do and how to handle the assets to help them to move towards the compensation fund. Yeah. I know we have politicians also in the room from the Ukrainian parliament, and since I think this is the elephant in the room right now, actually, not by members of parliament, but the question of states' willingness to actually go down this alley, their thoroughness of doing this, their readiness to innovate, like you brought forward Canadians are doing, and their readiness to block what will inevitably happen, because everybody sees who didn't support the UN General Assembly's resolution, and they know that their assets will be safe if they manage to move them somewhere there. So what is the current action plan to get and create this political will? And I'm turning to members of parliament in the room, because I feel this is where you have a huge ground. So who wants to maybe answer that?
Right, yeah. Hello, colleagues. Not a very good afternoon, but I'll try to be short. I'm a member of Parliament of Ukraine, and I can share with you my memories from the end of February, when we were drafting in the basement of one of the Kiev apartments, First Amendment that was suggesting setup of a special tribunal to address the crime of aggression. What has happened today to our friends, to our colleagues, to the team of the ministry and the services of the ministry is a tragedy which is a result of one paramount crime, the crime of aggression, which is repeated in multiple instances, geographically, in time, and in various examples. It has been repeated twice in Ukraine and many other countries. And I would like to refer to your argument, we should not repeat a mistake. And the mistake has been done. The ICC is a great institution, and we have honorable former members of the teams of the ICC. We do not want to undermine the efforts which are being conducted by our ministries in cooperation with ICC on war crimes, crimes against humanity with possible genocidal nature. But we don't have an elephant in the room. We have many amazing international lawyers in the room, Kaya, and I think all of us have to address that this argument has to stop. ICC cannot deal with the current crime of the aggression of the Russian Federation towards Ukraine for one simple reason. They are not the party to the Rome Statute, will never become one. Ukraine is a different case. So when we're being told, when you go ahead, Ukraine first, and then Russia will follow. Well, it will never happen. That's why special tribunal with the long-lasting partnership of various states. We've done 4 resolutions together with our colleagues being present here. Mr. Cotier, head of Swiss delegation in the Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly, rapporteur for the file for the this crime, many others. So we have 46 members in the Council of Europe. We have NATO Parliamentary Assembly supported, OAC. The next step, and Kai, you've been asking, what's the roadmap? The next step is the General Assembly of the UN. Of course, they will not set up the tribunal. They will only set up a political will for many ministries of foreign affairs to go ahead. We're looking at the global south, surely, Latin America, Africa. And this crisis, colleagues, has touched at least, according to UN, 94 states and 1.7 billion people in the world. Food security, energy crisis, security and defense instances, energy, everything. So would the tribunal address that? Yes, the very, very precise amount of people, Putin and his team at political and military level. But the longer we say tomorrow, the more war crimes we are facing. And this is just, I mean, I'm speaking from my heart as a human being, not as an international lawyer or a politician. We have to make a move, and we call upon you, dear colleagues, to promote this idea in the global south for the concrete steps. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you. My list says we might have people from other parliaments, UK, Congress in the room. Yes, please.
Yeah, just to say, I'm Stephen Doughty, I'm a UK Member of Parliament and the Shadow Minister for Europe, so I speak for the Labour Party, but there is very, very strong bipartisan support, as our Ukrainian friends know, in the UK Parliament in support for Ukraine, but also particularly on this issue of a special tribunal. My leader, Keir Starmer, who hopefully will drop in here, he's the former Prosecutor General in the UK. He's been calling for this since March, and there's an initiative involving also our former Prime Minister Gordon Brown and many others, and from all parties, calling for this. So you can be assured in the UK this is top of the agenda alongside wider work on war crimes prosecutions. And I know that the UK government's done a good job with providing support as well to the Prosecutor General in Ukraine in terms of wider atrocity investigations. Just on the other issue about asset seizures and then effectively sequestration and repurposing, again an issue I've raised personally a number of times. Obviously the UK legal system in terms of property rights and everything particularly complicated, but again, be assured this is an issue we are constantly pressing the UK government on, and we're very interested to learn from the example of Canada and others on this. It's also an issue I've raised with UK overseas territories as well. You'll be aware there's a wider UK family. They've done a very good job actually with freezing assets, but it's a question of what happens next. So again, you can be assured of our support on that.
Yeah, I would like to ask one specific question, because when Salisbury happened, then I asked naively from one of your ministers that, I mean, you sit on many of the assets of Russians, and you could actually yourself be the most efficient tool of punishment. And I was told, this is legally complicated. How is it not suddenly any more legally complicated? Could you explain it to me?
I can't explain because fundamentally I'm not in the government. They've given me various sort of private explanations of this. I think we have to be quite frank. Although obviously the UK support since this phase of the war started has been, again, bipartisan support has been excellent.
Yes.
Quite frankly, Russia has been allowed to get away with so much for far too long, and we should have been dealing with this after 2008, after 2014. The way London has been allowed to be used as a place for these activities of those who are aiding and abetting Putin's regime. And it's not just the money and the property and the assets. It's the whole ecosystem of company formation agents, of lawyers, of the people who shut up the critics of Russia in the UK. There has to be complete and comprehensive reform.
So money is not going to trump political will anymore, at least in your country.
I certainly
in Canada,
hope.
like in Estonia.
I certainly hope not, and certainly not from my party's perspective.
I mean, I'll give you a lifeline. But money and political will are coming together. And here's what I mean. It's difficult from a legal perspective under law, and I'm not a UK lawyer, but it's the same in the United States, because you need to find causation.
Yes.
So they need to show those assets caused the harm, and there are immunities at play.
Yes.
Now, we collectively have in effect, weaponized the Western economy, right? Yes. We are using non-kinetic force. Non-kinetic force, the G7 is using non-kinetic force to prevent World War III. Some would say we're already in it. The Ukrainians are having to use kinetic force, obviously. Yes. What does it mean now to have an economy that we have, in effect, weaponized? So political will and monies are coming together, and right now we are figuring out the new metes and bounds of what that means. So Salisbury was where we are right now. So we are now at a moment where we're starting to really fully understand what it means to have political will and monies together.
I don't let my instinct to cry about split milk here, I mean to step in, but frankly, I do think that if the West had used its economic might earlier, 2008 maybe.
Or 14.
14, but okay, it wasn't done. I'm very happy it's now done, but there were further questions. Yes, please, you, and then there was somebody else in the...
Yeah, hello, yeah. I'll be brief. My name is Bob Seeley. I'm, like Stephen, I'm a Member of Parliament in the United Kingdom. I'm from the Conservative side, so I can try to give some kind of answers, although, you know, I was one of those who was warning of the new Cold War back in 2017, so I'm not very happy with the way that both the Conservatives and indeed Labour beforehand behaved. As to the question, why didn't we do anything? It's because since the 2000s onwards, there's been a political desire to accept Russian and Chinese money without any questions asked, even after 2014 and even after Salisbury. The government's specific desire was that we weren't going to pay a price, which meant that the finance houses and the law firms continue to make money. And we've had a very corrupting... Russia has had a very corrupting effect on our legal system, because not only have we introduced and imported into the UK a sort of compromat culture of the private investigator, the sleaze, the use of lawfare, slaps, I think they're called, you know, aggressive use of law to silence opponents, especially with the UK's libel laws. But we've allowed that to flourish. I have a private member's bill next Tuesday, probably won't get any government time, to actually shut down this industry. The government has promised a bill. Whether we get that before the next Parliament or not is another matter. So really sadly, it's taken a war for the UK to clean up its act. We weren't the only ones. The Swedish and German banks laundered billions. We know Estonia, Deutsche Bank in Estonia has got a lot to answer for, but they ended up in shell companies in the UK. Just as regards the as Stephen was rightly saying, there's a very close cooperation here. I think both governments have made mistakes in the past, and actually both should have learned and actually put morality and values more at the centre of what they were doing, and not see them as a nice add-on, but actually a core part of the West, because without that, then we begin to corrupt our own values and our own systems of government. Just 2 points. Janine was talking about war crimes. In Syria, the primary targeting of hospitals was one of the worst cases of the breach of the Geneva Convention since World War II. Absolutely nothing was done. And when people like me try to bring it as, you know, very minor backbench MP, new in Parliament, when I was sort of bringing this up, and other people as well in the Labour Party and the Conservatives, there was sort of words of condemnation and nothing else. And with the use of hindsight, we now look back and see all the warning signs, and we see that nothing was done, that action wasn't taken. The idea about the assets, the private asset, I think the Ukrainian individual Ukrainians should get lawyered up in New York, in London, and go after these assets, because it's the best way to keep governments honest, is to know that if the government's trying to soft pedal on the use of on reparations and seizure, that they're going to have a lot of individual Ukrainians who've lost their houses, who've lost their loved ones, who are going to be going after those assets as well. So it's going to force governments to act. And just on the billions, it's got to be done legally, because otherwise we're all in legal hazard in the years to come, because, you know, the future will happen, and we can't just use emotion to guide us. It has to be based on law. But already, I mean, there are already stories about Abramovich and others who hid billions in assets because their lawyers moved the money before they were sanctioned. So it's not only a question of what we do with the assets that they've got, but actually it's actually going after the assets in the names of their relatives and their mates, because they've just parked that and it's come out of our reach very easily. Our sanctions process is way too clunky. But thank you.
Thank you. I don't want to in anyhow pinpoint UK specifically, but I mean, you are here and you are open and ready to discuss it. I mean, the similar case, of course, applies everywhere. And thanks for the notion of legally. And that's why I turn to all politicians and parliamentarians in the room, because, I mean, law is created by you. There was another comment back there.
Thank you very much. Sorry for my voice; it disappeared yesterday. I'm also a member of the Parliament of Switzerland. You mentioned it. I'm with Maria and other colleagues at the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. We will be debating that exactly in 1 week, Thursday next week. I come with a report. I'm the rapporteur from the Legal Affairs Committee on the legal consequences of the war. And one of the suggestions, what will be proposed, is to create this special tribunal for the crime of aggression. And here I really want to underline what Maria said. It's very important to create it, to put a lot of political will to do that, but it shouldn't be a European tribunal. It's very important to have support from other continents or other regions of the world, because it's not about Europe, it's about principles, it's about the world, it's about protection of international law. And if there is a breach against international law, something should happen when it's so grave. Like here. So the political pressure you asked about the plan is now to put the pressure on the Committee of Ministers and on the summit, because there will be a summit of head of states and government of the Council of Europe. It's very rare. It's the first time in 70 years in Reykjavik in May. And we hope that the head of states and government say, yes, we should go in this direction. The evolution that you mentioned, first reluctant, but now the willingness is increasing. But then you have to find other countries that support this idea too. So yes, quick, but also not too quick, not make the thing as quick as possible with only the countries who want, because then I think the legitimacy will not be strong enough. And it's very important for the future that we do it correctly. And probably the best way to do it is with the support or in the framework of the General Assembly of the United Nations, if possible. So that's what I will be proposing as rapporteur, that we push as Council of Europe, but we push in New York, and that we put it in The Hague, by the way, when it's created, and not in Strasbourg. It's very important to have a strong link with the ICC. We don't have to undermine the ICC. We have to make it stronger. And the next step should then be to amend the Statute of Rome. Because in the former panel this morning, it was very clear, it's absurd, the situation that ICC is not able to do that. So we have to find a solution for now. But we should also change the rules. And here, all our countries should be coherent with that. It was clearly said this morning, those who break on that were not only Russia. It was the UK, it was France, it was the United States. So we will we all have to evolve also on that. And just on the assets, I think there is a lot of political will everywhere to find solutions, but it's very important to find them in a very legal way to ensure protection of property, which is, by the way, also protected by the Convention of Human Rights, European Convention on Human Rights. Because if you do it not in a proper way, actually you don't respect the values that you fight for at the end. So it will not be easy, but I'm also sure at the end there is there will be good reasons also for the Russians to cooperate on that, for the reason that you mentioned, but also because you can use this asset and not unfreeze them as long as they don't pay compensation. I mean, they can also be used as mechanism of pressure somehow. There are many ways that you can use them. Just take them and give it to the people in Ukraine. In a country like Switzerland, it's just absolutely not possible by constitution, by law, and you cannot change that as easily, but you can find ways. And there is a long way, but I'm sure there is a lot of political will that will increase. Sorry if I was a bit long about that, but the report will be like 30 pages, and the questions are very, very interesting, actually difficult, but I'm feeling that the political will is increasing. I think it's my message.
Thank you. I would really like to give an opportunity for Irina to come back in, and I think there is yet another hairy question which we haven't touched, and if Irina, you might actually help us to understand how is the state of play there. Is G7, for example, fully supporting and cooperating with Ukraine on this matter? And why I'm following this question is that big economies have quite a lot of big business still in operating in Russia. We could read, this week from Financial Times, how banks are trying to sell their assets and all these things. Are they really honestly and truly with you, or do you feel there is hesitance? Because, retaliation is practically unavoidable. And I think we are 200% sure that as soon as we move, there will be a counter move. So, Irina, maybe you could put us through that shortly.
Yes, thank you. We are in continuous discussion with G7 states about the implementation of the compensation mechanism. And definitely that resolution, which was supported by the majority of the states, gives us the confidence that the G7 states will be among those ones who will enter into the multilateral international agreement to create the international compensation mechanism. When we speak about the sanctions, we do see the strong commitment of the EU states, definitely, and other European and other states in implementing the sanctions measures against Russia, Russian companies, and Russian individuals. But we would expect more. We would expect more vigorous ones. We would expect those ones which really bring real effects, which could affect the way of this war. Because our final goal is to stop war, and our final goal that Russia leaves the territory of Ukraine. So far, we are not close to this. Definitely those sanctions imposed, they have some effect and influence on the economy of Russia, but Russia is a very, very big country. It has big resources. It's still not exhausted. It still has powers and resources to continue this war. And there are still states who try to circumvent sanctions and who try to continue economic activity with Russia. And by this, they help they assist this war to continue. That's why we call on the states, we call our allies, we call on G7 states to stop any economic activity of Russia, to stop helping financing Russia this war. There are samples which we see that speak about that those actions of even G7 states are not enough to try to stop this blatant war. And when we impose sanctions inside Ukraine, we also apply to our allies in order to reflect those sanctions in their jurisdictions. Because we see that those directions in Russia which help to finance, to economically support this war, they have businesses. They have a lot of businesses outside Russia's border in different jurisdictions, especially in G7. And when we speak about G7 states, we understand that the major portion of the sovereign assets, sovereign money of Russian Central Bank are located in these jurisdictions. That's why we call on the G7 states to try to find the legal framework in order to seize these state public assets of Russia and to find the proper legal way to repurpose these assets to the Ukraine, to reconstruction of Ukraine and compensation of Ukrainians victims of the war.
Thank you, Irina. And the very last word comes from you. And just before that, I seriously hope that Russia will cooperate, not because we use our economic weaponry at it, but because after this war, somehow it will undertake to radically change itself. I think this would be the best. I don't know how you feel after this brainstorming, because this was far more of a brainstorming than road mapping, which we could do in the previous panel. But I feel there is still quite a lot of terra incognita, which we must absolutely cover. And I feel slightly lost. But I understand that, it mostly depends on political will, whether we can finally, have a roadmap also on this issue after this brainstorming, or we cannot. But you first, and then Janine, you will get us.
Thank you. I feel perfectly fine in this brainstorming because we've gone through much more difficult conversations. And we've overcome the fears and the concerns that had been there in the beginning. And we got to the point when we can have a meaningful, practical conversation as to how to make Russia pay. We should not, just going back for a second to the issue of retaliation, we should not be afraid of that. One government representative of a G7 state told us that there are other ways to protect our investors in Russia. that should not, consideration should not prevent us from acting for the sake of justice for Ukraine, and that's a fundamentally important issue. Second point is, we've been pleading for months, pull out of Russia. This is a lawless territory. You should not be surprised if your business is expropriated there. Just pull out, stop financing that regime. That's the bottom line. You will not be afraid once you pull out. So this is a kind of a thing that we're going through. You know, it's on the surface an impossibly large task, because on the one hand we have to build a system that allows a mother from Dnipro to push a button and launch a process that will result in compensation. On the other hand, we have to talk to governments about ways to make changes to their 100-year-old policies. They're fundamentally different things. But as the saying goes, my favorite in this context, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. one step at a time, and we will get there. The progress is incredible. Those who are uncomfortable with that progress have to make sure that they're fine with it, because that train is moving, and that train will not stop until Russia pays.
Okay, great. Thank you. That was great. Thank you for that. So I'm going to take a slightly different angle, which is that in my experience of reporting many, many wars, you now have the world's attention on you, Ukraine. Right now, everyone is watching you. All of the world's empathy is going to you, but it won't stay there. In my experience, after a year and a half, look at Syria, look at Yemen. No one cares. Look at Afghanistan. So my point is, how do we keep the world's attention on Ukraine? Advocacy and having eyes and ears on the ground, which Natalia and my team are doing. Now, one more point. Last April, I was invited to moderate a very high-level retreat of United Nations women, Under-Secretary Generals, the Deputy Secretary General. Before I got there, I said, I'd like to talk about Ukraine. I was pulled aside by a very senior diplomat, who I will not say, and she said, I think you should avoid that, because you will find many of the women here do not believe what you believe. They were from the global south and Africa. So I think we really have to begin to focus on that, getting the global south, Africa, parts of the Middle East, who are not supporting Ukraine, on board.
Our president.
Yeah.
So thank you. Thank you, Janine.
And that's through advocacy.
Yes, Bruno, you have 30 seconds to kind of wrap up. Curb our enthusiasm.
Efficiency. That's the main word. Efficiency.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a really good ending to our panel, and I hope some of us could be inspired to take this discussion further forward, because I feel there is quite a lot of unclarity in it, but quite a lot of goodwill as well. So thank you for being with us. You can continue brainstorming if you wish. Thank you.
the first serious response to Scholz's.
And they didn't take it.
No.
Okay, I'll grab you after this, but. All right, good afternoon, everyone. It's wonderful to be here. Thanks to Yalta European Strategy for hosting this conversation. We're doing it in the wake of a tragedy in Kyiv, the helicopter crash that took the lives of the Interior Minister and I believe 17 or 18 others. And one of our panelists, Anna Mashenko, was an advisor to the Minister of Internal Affairs, so she will be joining us a bit later, but is, of course, grappling with the aftermath of that. So we will have one more joining us on stage, and we have others in the audience who I will look to add some insight as we get through this conversation. We're having this discussion, of course, as we approach the one-year mark of Russia's most recent invasion of Ukraine on February 24th of last year, and it's been a year of, in many ways, remarkable military success, societal success from Ukraine. All of you remember what was expected by observers in the rest of the world when the invasion started, and all the ways in which the Ukrainians have confounded those expectations month after month and week after week, repelling the initial invasion, then subsequently making more progress in their counteroffensive than I think most observers thought possible. But as we get here, it has been a very, very rough stretch. There was the terrible strike on the apartment complex in Dnipro last week. There are millions of Ukrainians getting by today without power and basic services, and trying to sustain the society and the war effort through all of this. So there are lots of complicated dynamics as we head towards the one-year mark, and we have some wonderful discussants today to try to make sense of where we are and where we might go over the next year. Our first panelist who will be joining us later is Anna Mashenko. As I said, she is an advisor to the Minister of Internal Affairs. She's also director of the Kyiv School of Public Administration and an expert of the Ukrainian Institute for the Future. We have Yevgen Leibovitsky, I'm sorry if I'm butchering the pronunciation at all, who founded a think tank as a professor and will shed light on the sources of the resilience of Ukrainian society and much else. We have Bob Seeley, a member of Parliament in the UK, who I'm going to get the language slightly wrong, but leads the pro-Ukraine caucus, essentially, the group of parliamentarians supporting Ukraine and really leading the effort there. Also a former journalist and soldier, which is relevant to this discussion. Radek Sikorski, member of the European Parliament from Poland, was before that Minister of Foreign Affairs for 7 years, and Minister of Defense before that, and has been driving much of this effort in the European Parliament as well. So a really wonderful group. Radek, I want to start with you to talk a bit about where things stand on the battlefield. You have watched this closely since the beginning of the war. Front of mind is some of the horrific scenes from the latest Russian counterattacks. But I really want to step back. The line in many Western discussions right now is that we're entering a period of stalemate, more or less, when it's going to be really hard for the Ukrainians to make further progress on the battlefield. There's, of course, a sense that there'll be a Russian counteroffensive coming at some point soon. As you look towards the next 6 months, what do you see coming, and what do you think is possible in terms of further Ukrainian successes?
Well, first of all, let me say that I think the Russian rocketing of Ukrainian cities is, in the phrase, not only a crime, but a mistake. We know that German bombings of Coventry and London didn't break British morale, it stiffened British spines. And the same vice versa. The bombings of German cities did not bring about a faster end of the Second World War and the Third Reich's collapse. So I think it's a mistake and a crime, and it won't help Putin. It demonstrates to Ukrainians and to the rest of the world what Ukraine is fighting for. I won't give you a blow-by-blow account of the Battle of Bakhmut, but I think if we were having this discussion here in Davos a year ago, I would have told you the invasion is coming, as I told the Munich Security Conference. But my working assumption would have been, frankly, that Ukraine would lose the invasion and then win a 10-year guerrilla war. Because I would have assumed with the rest of the world and with President Putin that he had a first-class army. And we now know that he has a 20th century army with 19th century logistics. And that the Ukrainians were able to win the Battle of Kiev, win the Battle of Kharkiv, win the Battle of Kherson. There is a stalemate now because both sides have insufficient forces to progress. The classic Clausewitzian calculus is that to advance you need a 3-to-1 advantage, but in a built-up area you need between 5-to-1 and 7-to-1. And Putin started this war with insufficient forces. The land component was 120,000. Think about it. That's the size of a large American football stadium. And Ukraine is a country bigger than France. And we don't know what he's cooking with the training of his mobilized people and purchasing of other weapons. But what we do know is that wars are not won or lost by tactical engagements. Modern wars are won by logistics and production. And I think it's fair to say that if Ukraine had not been helped by the United States and Europe and her member states, she might have fallen. That this war is being sustained thanks to both financial and military help from Ukraine's friends and allies. And so given that Putin still thinks he can win, it's really crucial to speed up deliveries now to play not for a draw, but for Ukraine to win this thing. And by winning, I mean restoring her control of internationally recognized borders. So I think it's really vital for the German government to finally decide to create this consortium of countries owning Leopard 2s. There are, I understand, about 10,000 of these tanks in NATO. If each of the owners put up 20-30% of what they have, with German repair facilities and a logistical line of spare parts, that would help Ukraine go on the offensive, hopefully win the war, and then we could have some kind of new deal with Russia. That would be my preferred scenario.
We will turn to that long term, but I next want to go to Yevgen to talk a bit about one of the other things that has surprised observers in the rest of the world over the course of the last year, which is both the morale of Ukrainian forces and the resilience of Ukrainian society. You've thought deeply about the reasons for that and have seen this in a much longer time frame than I think most of us observing it. What accounts for that? And in what ways do you see it being tested right now? What worries you or what gives you hope as you look to the next several months?
Well, Ukraine has been probably one of the most misinterpreted countries in the world. If we look through, for instance, international ratings, Ukraine's institutions usually score around 150th place out of 200 countries. Ukraine's infrastructure usually scores around the 100th place out of 200 countries. Ukraine's human capital usually scores around 50th place. So it's the human capital that matters. But the optics, particularly Western optics of Ukraine, was usually institutional, not human. So the institutional dimension was showing that Ukraine didn't perform well through the entire time since 1991. And it was the human dimension that mattered, that was important. And when we're talking about human dimension, we forget that Ukraine is a modernized nation, it's an industrialized nation, it's a nation that has experience of dealing with sophisticated issues in a sophisticated way. When you have all of these factors playing in, and then put on top of that deep totalitarian trauma that actually allows Ukrainians to operate beyond the domain of formal institutions, deep colonial trauma that allows Ukrainians to have this guerrilla mentality, and deeply rooted survival values. And you have a perfect mixture for this guerrilla layout that we have in Ukraine. Now, it's great that Ukraine performed much better than we expected, because if we would have talked about the scenario that Mr. Sikorsky just voiced of a year ago, 10 years of guerrilla war is devastating for everyone. So we are where we are right now, but it's crucial right now for us to end this war in 2023. And the reason why it is crucial is because we do not want to test the sustainability of Ukraine's resilience, and we do not want to deepen the trauma. The trauma that Ukrainians are on the receiving end of trauma right now, on top of the trauma that already exists. And that basically means that the resilience is absolutely incredible, but it's not endless. And working under assumption that political process in whatever countries needs time to come to some conclusions, we do not necessarily have that time. And I think it's important that we do not go into another winter of infrastructure tests and suffering, human suffering that is connected to that. So I think it's crucially important that every party that is available presses their respective governments at this point that Ukraine gets enough to conclude the military conflict in the year of 2023. If we go beyond that, we're going into uncharted waters, and then different scenarios are possible.
May I make a brief point about Ukrainian institutions? They are better than historically they have been. I went to Kiev in October to deliver a pickup truck that Anne and I funded. I handed it over to the 63rd Brigade and went back to Poland in my own car and got a speeding ticket. And I said, well, can I pay it? Oh, no. We don't handle cash. You have to go to the local bank. I was impressed.
Did you pay it?
Of course.
Good. Bob, let me go to you to talk about another dimension of this question of sustainment. Western unity, I think, has also been relatively surprising to most observers over the course of the past year. To the extent that we have any insight into Vladimir Putin's mind and his calculations, he seems to be betting that it will start to falter, it will start to fragment.
For sure.
How do you see the state of this, both in your own politics, within Europe, interactions with the US?
I think Vladimir Putin hopes that he has something called strategic patience, and that fundamentally we don't. But just by way of answering that question, let me take a step back. More relevant, I do try to speak as a voice for Ukraine in the UK Parliament, as others do as well. More relevant to the debate is that I spent 10 years doing a PhD on Russian warfare in Ukraine. What does Russian warfare in Ukraine consist of? For me, this is a 20-year conflict. Putin started this process after the Orange Revolution and the then failure of Yanukovych and the Yushchenko administration. For 8 years, the Russians nearly pulled Ukraine back into the CIS fold. It failed, hence Maidan. Second stage of the war, the paramilitary operation. So he moved from the politics, the economics, the corruption, the oligarch, into a paramilitary sort of scenario, as in Abkhazia, as in South Ossetia, as in other parts of as in Transnistria as well. That failed, and then you had this very, very sloppy, crude 1950s Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Poland style sort of quasi-invasion, which for those of us who've studied the impressive amorality of Russian hybrid war, was very surprising that Putin, especially with his KGB background, he's not Red Army, this sort of thuggish conventional war, very, very surprising. That's why everyone was effectively fooled by it. They saw something coming. Lots of us were saying the new Cold War, people like me didn't really get listened to because, didn't have the profile. And sadly, those politicians who did have the profile said, we love Russian oligarchs, come and spend your money on lawyers in London. We've had that conversation, not a good outcome. Right now, there are the Russian strategy or grand tactics, whatever you want to call it, you hold the line. That's what Surovikin is trying to do. That's why he abandoned Kherson. Secondly, you make Ukrainian life hell. You destroy infrastructure. That's a Syrian variant. The targeting of hospitals, the creation of refugees the weaponization of refugees. So you hold the line, you trash Ukrainian willingness to fight, which, as you've said, hugely counterproductive. And the third thing, the center of gravity in a military term, what's the most important thing you have to destroy to defeat Ukraine, is that you have to destroy the umbilical link that ties for Ukraine now financially and militarily to the West. 5 billion a month, huge amounts of armor, huge amounts of weaponry, the size of which I think still is surprising and difficult to understand the scale of logistics you need in a conventional war. So that's what they're trying to do. Will it work? If Russia wins unless it loses. That's the critical point here. The Ukrainians have to break the Russian lines, because if we're still here in 2 years, the world will start to give up. Ukrainians may start to give up despite. They will say, what do we need to trade? Because all Putin has to do is to trash the Ukrainian economy for long enough. It may take 5 years, but that's what he has to do. He's got 150,000 new troops in new units that are coming online in the spring. He's still got vast amounts of rubbish, old Soviet kit, but a tank is a tank, even if it's not a Challenger. So we're going to have a critical 2 weeks. If the Germans do not allow the re-export of Leopards, they're not going to do it themselves, I suspect. But they will allow the Danes, they will allow the Canadians, they will allow the Polish. And along with the US, Ukraine was saved by the UK and Poland as the critical European allies, because the Germans, sadly, and the French, sadly, drag their feet more than they should. But if those Leopards don't come through, I thought there were about 3,500, not 10, I may be wrong, Reddick, but if 300 of those Leopards don't come, then it's difficult to see how Ukraine will physically have the kit to break the Russian lines. And unless Ukraine wins on the battlefield, Putin will eventually win, because strategic patience holds out. That is the question. How long, therefore, is our strategic patience? And will the Germans allow the export of kit in the next month? I say 2-3 weeks, in the next few weeks, because that becomes the critical logistical turning point for the war, unless the Brits want to give more Challengers. I would like to see us, we've got 350 Challengers. We need to cannibalize some, because there's an upgrade program on the Challengers to give them another 10 years of life. If we can give 50 or 100 Challengers, I would like to see us do so, because in for a penny, in for a pound. The critical element, just to finish, is that it's the least dangerous course of action from a tactical nuclear use point of view, from a Russian fascism point of view, from an everything point of view, from a Ukrainian economy point of view, is that Ukraine is given the tools to succeed this year. I don't think it will be. That's the question.
Let me stick with Bob and Radek for a moment. You've both been involved in conversations with other counterparts in other Western governments about weapons deliveries. We've been through rounds of these debates. First it was HIMARS last spring or summer. Now it's tanks and ATACMS and other weapon systems. What are the concerns you hear from other officials, from your counterparts, and what are the arguments you make about what should be given to Ukraine, about what line should be crossed that we haven't crossed yet? Radek, let's start with you.
I spoke to a very senior German politician in Berlin in December, and he told me that if they could get a push from the White House, they'll do the Leopards. And Chancellor Scholz talked to President Biden, the day before yesterday. I hope they got the push. But I agree with everything you say, except that dictatorships also have public opinion, and they can't take battlefield losses forever.
No.
I take the Ukrainian figures for Russian losses to be people eliminated from the battlefield. So it's killed and also seriously wounded. But those are huge losses.
100,000.
The Soviets lost 13,000 in 10 years in Afghanistan. The French lost 100,000, half of those actual Frenchmen, in 10 years in Vietnam. The Americans lost, 50,000 in Korea and another 55,000 in Vietnam. If they've lost anything like what the Ukrainians are saying, that's big.
It is. Look, I think the Ukrainians are probably reasonably near the truth. even if it's not 112,400 as they say it is this week, I think it's probably not that far off. The losses are staggering, but that's why Putin has built his 20-year propaganda operation. That's why he and the FSB took over effectively the censorship of the media back in the early 2000s. Russians have had this for 20 years. There will become a breaking point because we think that authoritarian regimes are strong. No, they're like iron. They're fundamentally brittle. What we don't know is when they break. He might break next week. He might break in 7 years. We don't know. So all I'm saying is, what I think is as a factor, that is, what did Rumsfeld say? That's a known unknown or an unknown known. I'm not quite sure which way around it is. We know it's going to be a problem. I just don't think it's going to be a problem this year. Right. And that's the worry. When it comes to the Western alliance, look, I think it is strong. I think words are in plentiful supply, but kit isn't. There is no escalatory reason why we haven't supplied more air defense kit. The Ukrainians are still having to choose between protecting civilians and protecting their infrastructure. There shouldn't be that choice. What the Brits are trying to do, just to quickly correct it, what the Brits are trying to do, because America is still the arsenal of democracy as it was in World War II, God bless them. What the Brits are trying to do is set a leadership example, take heat from the Russians and say, right, here's our starter, it's like a sort of startup, but here's our first sort of, startup capital in the form of 14 Challenger tanks. I would like 50, but we haven't got there yet. But by us taking the political flak, that means the Germans can sign off to allow the Poles, who are nearer the Russians than us, to give 50. The Danes to give 20, the Austrians to give 10, the Canadians to give 30, and there you start that process. So what the Brits are trying to do is some kind of political leadership with some capital, but America is supplying 80% of this kit, and it's the Americans that really need to push our German friends and say, look, you got to sign. If you're not going to send yourself, let others do that, because there are enough leopards to win this war.
Just a small point. Russian soldiers started mutinying and shooting their own officers in World War I in year 3 of the conflict.
We actually, I think it's important that we actually look at the cultural side of the equation with vis-a-vis Russia as well. Mm-hmm. The Russian society has been subjected to tremendous pressure of propaganda, of oppression of human agency, and we see the result of it. People actually go and end up being slaughtered for nothing, and it takes time for awakening to happen. So basically, the best thing the world can do at this point is help Ukraine to push the very awakening button that there is, and that is Crimea. The social contract in Russia assumes that Russians can suffer for this greatness. But if this greatness is no more, and this is about Crimea, if Ukraine liberates Crimea, then Putin will be faced with the bill from the society much sooner rather than later. And basically, if we want to catalyze the internal domestic issue in Russia, if we want to see the Russians standing up against Putin or against Putinism eventually, then the best way to do it, the best way to speed it up, is to liberate Crimea.
Sorry, Yevgen, that is, if you look at look, I know you are super expert in all this, but that simply is not going to happen, because there is not going to be a Ukrainian military river crossing of the Dnieper. You might as well try crossing the English Channel, and people have,
well, have you looked at the map? We also have Ukrainian presence on the left bank.
I'm sorry. I just think that is an unrealistic. It's such a massive if. Again, it's like if Putin falls this year. I think we have to realize that the lines will. If the Ukrainians are going to break through, it is not going to be north of Crimea. It is much more likely to be south and southeast of Zaporozhye or in Donbass, when there's an exhaustion in the Russian supply lines. But even then, you're dealing with another 150,000 Russian troops which will flow in.
For the sake of time, I would like not to mention the number of Western predictions that then come true. This is exactly. The point is that, look, so far Ukrainian military command has been quite good in outsmarting Russians, using the resources that Ukrainians had at hand, not necessarily in the best composition, using the forces that Ukrainians had, using the culture that Ukraine has to their disposal, understanding the motivation of the fighting force on the other side. The issue is, if we do not liberate Crimea this year, we all, every one of us, are going to end up in much worse situation. And our discussions about the percentage of inflation or about supply chains problems of today will look funny from the perspective of 2024, 2025. So I'm asking everyone to be selfish, and not for the sake of Ukraine, but for the sake of your own economies, your own comfort of life, your own plans that you have with your families and so on. Help end this war fast.
So this is. Let me stick with that, because as you well know, when you have a discussion about Ukrainian victory or liberation in a think tank in Washington or in Berlin or in London, you immediately get to this question of what victory means, and even supporters of Ukraine, even relatively optimistic observers, say, look, we can potentially get close to February 23rd lines, but getting much farther into Crimea or the Donbass is unlikely or impossible, or Putin's going to use a tactical nuclear weapon. Argue that case, argue the counter case a little bit more.
Will use tactical nuclear weapon, and then what?
Well, he should be using them already, because if Kherson is Russia and he's attacking Russia, he should be nuking himself.
That's not going to change the calculus on the Ukrainian side. This is the war of survival. This is the existential war from the Ukrainian.
That is not the issue. The issue is, for Russia to win, it has to avoid losing for the next year or 3. So we know it's existential for you. In a way, it's not for the Russians. But whether we like it or not, limited wars end in negotiation. And just saying, when we take Crimea, Russia will be defeated. Sorry, I just think we have to root ourselves in the reality of the battlefield more. And yes, I think there are going to be people on the Ukrainian side who may be disappointed, because I think the US administration, Biden's administration, if the Ukrainians break through and reach the Sea of Azov, so they split the land corridor, which is absolutely the critical, it is the first sign of the beginning of the end for the Russians, is to break the land corridor, because then you destroy Novorossiya, or whatever the Russians want to call it. There comes, whether we like it or not, and whether Ukrainians like it, a sweet spot whereby the Russians will potentially start to negotiate, trying to hang on to something, the 2014 plus some more, in order to present some kind of victory. I know that is not acceptable to the Ukrainians. I know that if Zelensky turns around and says that, his ratings will collapse. But the liberation of everything, I think, yes, there is a danger that Putin says, I'm going to take NATO out of their comfort zone because I'm going to blow up the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant. And the problem is that every time...
remember that winds blow east.
I know. He doesn't care. Do you think but he doesn't care about 100,000 Russian dead. Do you think he cares about 150,000 Russian dead?
So if that is I think a view that many in Washington certainly hold, what is your response to that being? I mean, they would say, look, that's a pretty good outcome.
Well, it's I understand that this is a moving target, the Western position. So, half a year from now, we're going to be discussing the undiscussable right now, So I have some respect for the process. I understand it, but still, let's call things what they are. What Putin has been doing, he has been taking the Russians that do not have social capital, that do not concentrate social capital, and using them as basically cannon fodder. Well, he's going to run out eventually. He will affect the life of the elites. He will affect the life of the whatever is a proto-middle class in Russia. And then he's going to get into more serious troubles. He's not invincible. Yes, he will look strong until the moment he falls. But the cracks are, we have visible cracks inside the Russian elites already. Look at the Russian private mercenary companies, standing up against the Russian army. What is this? This is, Edward Lucas just put it as beginning of the new Russian civil war. This is a very serious sign, and we're not paying attention to this. So it's, again, something that Ukrainians see and that is not seen in the West is the launch of this sequence of events, if you want a domino effect inside Russia, that will eventually lead to the fall of the regime. But
I think people are seeing it in the West. You're just assuming that it's going to happen at a given point and assuming that this is going to be one of the things that win the war for Ukraine. It may be. All I'm saying is we don't know, and you're relying on this stuff. And it may be that the frictions within the elites becomes uncontrollable in 3 or 4 months' time. But that's a massive assumption to make. You're making a series of quite large assumptions, Yevgen. And I'm saying, rather than making big assumptions, which are effectively hopes on your part, we need to root ourselves in the reality of the battlefield and control of the ground. And that's sort of my argument.
With all due respect, I'm not. The only thing that I'm claiming is that Ukraine should liberate Crimea in 2023. I'm not claiming that this will instantly bring Putin down. What it will do, it will launch the sequence of events. But the big issue, and the elephant in the room is China, is not Russia. And the problem, and this is something that actually shocked me in DC in December when I was talking to think tankers, State Department people, is that Ukraine file and China file is run by different people from different departments, and they're not coordinated. Well, what Ukraine is actually doing right now, it's raising the transactional cost of any Chinese activity against Taiwan to the point that it doesn't make sense. If Ukraine will have the support of the West in victory over Russia, that means that both things should happen. Ukraine should win and Russia should be defeated. We're not talking about some hypothetical victory of Ukraine that doesn't mean the defeat of Russia. Russia should be defeated. If Russia is defeated, then we probably spare ourselves of a more significant conflict elsewhere. If we do not do that, then we actually leave the things as they are, and let's pray to God and hope that something will happen and we will be miraculously spared.
Radek, let me go to you. There are about 6 points I would ask you to respond to, but you have your pick.
Well, first of all, Russia can be defeated. It doesn't mean the occupation of Moscow.
Exactly.
I think the closest parallel is the Russo-Japanese War of 1904.
May well be.
Russia failed and had a revolution, and there was a mediation by Teddy Roosevelt, actually. And what followed in Russia, this is the most interesting part, is relatively free press, the establishment of parliament, and the constitutional monarchy. That's what we want for Russia to lose and then liberalize.
Right. And then 12 years later, a Bolshevik revolution, but we'll leave that out.
Which wouldn't have happened without World War I.
Sorry, that was a bit unfair. You would have had a slow move. Radek is absolutely right. I would also say the Crimean War is a great example. When Russia loses, it goes through either state collapse or state upheaval. And clearly, we want it to go through that good state upheaval because peace in Ukraine means freedom in Russia.
But I have two more points to make. First of all, I think you're both right. The question is, for whom is time playing? On whose side is time? And what's kicking in is the fact that our sanctions are beginning to work on depriving the Russian economy of resources. And we don't know how quickly they'll work, but they're beginning to bite. That's a factor. Events.
Yeah.
And thirdly, I completely agree with you. If I were Ukrainian, I would be scheming to split the Russian occupied territory into half. And that's what I would fear if I were Putin. If I were Putin, I would be trying to cut off the Western supply line and try to open a northern front from Belarus. And this is where I think we could be doing more. We are not doing enough to draw Russian forces away from Ukraine. We should be exercising in the Far East, we should be exercising in the Far North, we should be exercising in the Baltic states, we should be telling Lukashenko, at least as a threat, if you open a northern front to Ukraine, we will open a northern front to you. And let him worry about it. The Russians have been saying for years that NATO is a threat for them, but the way in which they've used their missiles and the way in which they position their forces shows that they have absolute certainty that there is no threat to them from NATO.
Okay.
And we should, Stalin apparently decided to close down the winter war with Finland when he heard there was British Spitfires in Azerbaijan.
Okay.
We need to create something like that.
I think you may well be right from a geopolitical point of view. From a political point of view, I think the West has been quite careful to signal to the Russians that they view this war as a limited war, because if Putin thinks that the only way to stay in power is to escalate this to a wider confrontation with the West, which they already think they're in, why give Putin the war that he therefore wants? A war of true existential threat to Russia. And I think that's, rightly or wrongly, the fear amongst Western policymakers, that they will continue. The answer...
I agree, we should keep it as a proxy war, but they should not be certain. No. They should not be certain of our intention.
I think what's absolutely... I think Belarus is critical. I think Lukashenko is scared that if he commits his weak and feeble forces to any northern invasion, that's the end of his regime. And that's what we should signal to Lukashenko, that we will do everything we can to undermine you. So effectively, like Italy in 1944, the Russians will have to invade Belarus to stop the collapse of his regime. That is potential stretch, and that is something that will keep Putin awake at night worrying about, and that may be the reason why Belarus won't get involved, because of the threat of regime collapse. And instead of having all three, Russia, Belarus and Ukraine, in an East Slavic sort of Muscovite-controlled community, he will lose Belarus, as well as losing Ukraine. So that is absolutely a threat for that, for sure.
Ivan, I want to go back to you, because there's one thing that we've glossed over a bit in getting to some of these, kind of military and strategic questions, and that's the morale, the will of the Ukrainian people. I mean, another Putin calculation seems to be that if he knocks out enough power plants and forces people to survive this, a cold winter, that will start to change the politics within Ukraine. Can you talk a bit about what effects you've seen over the past few months and what you think is likely to be the outcome of this?
Well, looking from the research that I've done and that I see that others are doing in Ukraine, I don't think Ukrainians will break or get to the point that they will say, okay, we give in, There's a very clear understanding that that equals death. It can be a postponed death, but that equals death. What I think might happen in the worst case scenario, that Ukrainians will abandon hope of a Western link, that actually Ukrainians can get enough assistance from the West, and then they will be looking for extra power, extra resources from their national character, similarly to how the Israelis are doing that. They're taking that extra energy from their will. And that means that there's going to be much more radicalism, there's going to be much more extremism, there's going to be much more people who are willing to sacrifice themselves, and we're going to see a significant increase in violence. And this is something that we want to avoid. So you see, whenever the Western calculation is behind the schedule, and it's behind the schedule since 1990, let me remind you. In 1990, the West didn't believe the Soviet Union would collapse. When Stroh Talbot and the company were designing Budapest Memorandum, etc., they never thought that Russia should be stripped of nuclear arms. Ukraine was stripped of rockets that Ukraine now badly needs as a result of that agreement. Now, when we're discussing the necessities on the ground, and we're discussing, the Ukrainian strategy, like we are discussing right now, there's a clear disconnect, because Ukrainians are forced to understand by the nature of survival. Ukrainians are forced to understand the situation as it is. But at the same time, for instance, the Western analysts are not coming from Washington to Ukraine. Do you know why? Because their employers are afraid of multi-million suits, so they are saying, stick to Warsaw, don't go to Ukraine. So as a result, and this is, as I was saying, the changes in Ukraine first happen in informal, and then they go to formal sector. So basically, the result is that people in London, people in Washington, people in Berlin get delayed understanding of what's happening, and that further complicates the situation. So I think what we need is greater integration. We need a less colonial, more partnership layout of relations between the West and Ukraine. It's a two-way street. We're together in this. We're protecting the same values, and sometimes Ukrainians are forced to believe that Ukrainians protect Western values more than people who actually enjoy the benefits of these values. And this is not a good situation. We have to fix it from both sides.
Let me go to Radek and then Bob, and then we'll go to comments and questions from people in the room.
Mocking the West is a fine sport which I indulge in with pleasure frequently, but let's also remember that you had 25 years of predatory, corrupt Ukrainian governments which were not making the choice between Russia and the West, and in fact wasted a lot of time. I can't tell you how many times I went to Kiev and I couldn't get a serious answer from my Ukrainian counterparts because they thought they were playing some big game between United States, China, Russia, European Union, and what they were actually doing is wasting time, not making the choice to integrate with Europe. You've made this choice really in the last 10 years. Good, but let's not rewrite history.
Well, let me respond to this.
I'd like to come in. I'd like to come in on this.
Let's go to Bob, and then we'll go to you.
And then you can go to you. Okay. As I don't know about multi-million employers. I work for my people on the Isle of Wight and in Parliament. And I've been to Ukraine. I mean, I lived in Ukraine back in the 90s. I've been there 3 times since the war started. And on Christmas Eve, 23rd of December, I left Kherson because it was being shelled. So I don't think. Look, this is what Putin hopes as a policy is going to work, and what actually works are 2 different things. Putin hopes he will destroy morale. I went to the Odessa Opera. What a beautiful building. I went to the Odessa Opera on the 21st of December to watch Madame Butterfly, Puccini's Madame Butterfly. And it's quite clear that that the Ukrainians are stoic, just like the Brits in World War II, and indeed the Soviets, the Russians in World War II. They're stoic people. So Putin it is not going to work. He's not going to break morale. He's certainly not going to break morale this year. But the problem is he will trash the economy and just make it more difficult for people to buy stuff, to get jobs, to get the kit, to be able to for the Ukrainian state to buy stuff. So the effect may be not so much on morale, which I think is not working, because Mykolaiv, I was in Mykolaiv, I was in Odessa, people are stoic, but it might actually damage the economy, and it might have some effect there. But also, look, I have to say to Radek, I lived there in the 1990s, I've been back since. It was the Brits and the Americans telling you that the Russians were going to invade. Zelensky's government didn't want to know. It didn't believe it. And I've talked to your head of military intelligence on a number of occasions in London, in Kiev, and basically the worst you thought that was going to be a kick-off in the Donbass again in the summer of, in the summer of 2022. So did the West let Ukraine down in some ways? I'm sure it did. But actually, Ukraine's had rubbish leadership for a long time, and it's only since 2014 that the modern political Ukrainian state has been formed. The massive changes, Yevgen, on a positive note, Odessa, it still badly needs a lick of paint. But you know, the really amazing change is not in the structure of the buildings, it's not in the paintwork, it's actually in the mindset of people. And that has, since 2000, changed fundamentally. And when you talk about values, you are spot on. But your political elites have been, really until 2014, they have not served their people as well as they should.
Let me bring all 3 of us to the common denominator, because I think, first of all, we indulge in mocking the West to the extent that we indulge in mocking ourselves. So I think this is fair, that makes it fair. The other thing is, I would fully agree, if we talk about independence as the ultimate form of agency, then Ukraine probably have become independent in 2014, not 1991. 1991 was a short window of opportunity when we could escape from Gulag. We escaped. And then we went through a very painful transformation with post-Soviet elites, with paternalist social contract, and that ended in 2014 with a new agency that was proclaimed. It was not instantly recognized. It was not instantly recognized as such, but eventually we got to the point where we are right now. So when we are talking, then the other thing, which I think is crucially important, it's very important that Zelensky represents a political movement that had one of its electoral cores among the pro-Russian voters. Because the similar transition as Zelensky has gone through his voters have gone through. So in the end, everyone is on the same page.
Yep.
You know, I am from Western Ukraine, so if, you know, from my point of view, we knew that there's going to be the war with Russia, you know, before everyone started talking about it. You know, we knew about that for generations, you know, since the time of Ukrainian insurgents army, since the Second World War. But it was very difficult to transfer this message, to relay this message to our compatriots, you know, elsewhere. And so we had similar frustrations, you know, and I understand when you were saying that they didn't believe, you know, my friends didn't believe, my relatives in Eastern Ukraine didn't believe, you know, so I understand it.
Let me go to others in the room for comments. We have a few minutes left. Let me go to Serhiy Plokhy first, and then we'll go over there. There's a mic coming to you.
First of all, excellent panel and discussion, really, congratulations. Comment on Crimea. If Ukrainians cut through the land bridge to the Crimea, Crimea becomes an island and it would be almost impossible to defend it. It will be another Kherson. And the question that I have is when those who want and support the idea of giving more weapons to Ukrainians now, what do you hear back? Because for me, it's different to understand the logic. Once HIMARS are there and other advanced systems are there, what is so special about Leopards or about long-range artillery? You can take HIMARS and move to the Russian border, and you get. So, what is the argument from the other side? Thank you.
Bob Rodek, you want to quickly?
I don't know what the argument is, but the reality is that we are still supplying Ukraine from stocks. And I'm told that new contracts for the production of more ammo are not being signed. I'm told that, you know, we're almost a year since Chancellor Scholz's transformation speech, and they still haven't spent a single euro of the promised 100 billion euro for rearmament. Well, that's not good enough.
I think the basic problem is how many T-72s there are, and there, you know, Ukraine still has quite a number. The battlefield winning kit is going to be 300 tanks, so effectively a division plus of Western tanks, plus a couple of divisions worth of infantry fighting vehicles, so between 400 and 500. The Bradleys, the Mardos, the MX-10, the tank buster coming from France, I think these are great, but you need to triple the numbers to have an effect. Just on that point, one of the logistical Jenga puzzles that the Ukrainians, I have to say, I'm so impressed they're dealing with this. I mean, talk about making up an army on the move. Ukraine is running 17 types of artillery systems, only 3 of which were Soviet era. And actually, it was the Soviet artillery brigades, sorry, I say Soviet, but the Soviet kit that the Ukrainians were using that probably saved Kiev, not the Javelins, not the NLAWs, as much as the Brits and the Americans like to think we saved Kiev. It was probably the old-fashioned artillery brigades that the Ukrainians still had. But every time, after 2,500 rounds, you need to retool a barrel on a gun.
So do the Russians.
So do the Russians. So we have to get that kit from the front line in Ukraine, get it back to the right place to be retooled. And when you're running 15 different types of Western kit, that is a phenomenal undertaking. So as well as having more kit, actually what the Ukrainians really need is more of less kit. So they want to run 3 or 4 or 5 types of Western system. That's why BAE, I think, are going to be producing 155 shells. But because 155 shells still have computer chips in them, which then engage with even sort of basic simple guns nowadays, like the 155 infantry standard that NATO uses, or sorry, artillery standard that NATO use, you know, even that can't be used on all the different 155 systems out there.
Let me go to a comment here, and then we also have Anna Mashenko joining us, so we'll give you the last word in just a moment, but give you a second to catch your breath.
Thank you. Alexei Venchilenko, member of the Parliament of Ukraine. First of all, about mocking the West. You should know that Evgen, me, and other people in this room, speaking inside Ukraine, we are explaining to Ukrainians that West is doing a lot.
But speaking here, we can't not tell you that it is very frustrating to see that we will receive in several months patriots which were on the place in the stocks in Germany, in Netherlands, in the United States 1 year ago. And if we would receive them in summer, there would not be so powerful attack against our power grid. We will not lose so many people, and so on and so on and so on. And that was already, that weapon was in the hands of the West, and it was not delivered to Ukraine. It's very frustrating. But the question is why? And I think what I feel that almost everybody I speak with in the West, they want Ukraine to win. But many of them are afraid of Russia to lose. And that is something that Kissinger said in his article, that Russia is evil, but it is like an important part of equilibrium. Not even important, but eternal part of equilibrium. But it is not in reality. And that, I think, is the reason why the West is afraid to give us more in the pace which is needed to finish this war as quickly as possible. And that this debate is not enough in the West. Speaking about what will be after Russian defeat and Russian collapse, that will be a lot of challenges, but that will not be a catastrophe. What do you think about this? Thank you.
Let me give each of you a quick chance to answer, and then I want to go to Anna just to give her a chance to take part. Thank you for joining us, and condolences on the terrible events this morning. Yevgen, do you want to say anything about that, or let's
just one thing that I want to say. Serhiy Pluhi, who was present here, was comparing this crisis with the Cuban Missile Crisis, and you were saying that back then that the elites that were involved in that conflict were genuinely afraid. I'm afraid that not enough people feel the sense of urgency. There is no change if there is no sense of urgency. And I think what we should work on is to sustain this sense of urgency in the West for as long as we can, to make sure that this war ends swiftly and it ends with Ukrainian victory and Russian defeat.
Okay, Alexei, firstly, thank you so much indeed for organising us in December. It was lovely to see you, and congratulations on the work of the Goncharenko Centres that do such a good job. The West is engaged in magical thinking, and unfortunately Kissinger's very good piece is all part of that we want Ukraine to win, but we somehow don't want Russia to lose. For Ukraine to win, Russia has to lose on the battlefield. We are scared of Russian defeat, because, and sorry, it's a point I was going to make earlier but forgot, because we always think that Putin won't do that, will he? We always think that Putin won't escalate. He can't do that, he won't do that, and he always does. So fundamentally, he can escalate it until NATO gets out of its comfort zone. I don't know what that scenario would look like, but that is why we fear Russian defeat, because we fear that escalation out of our comfort zone into a much scarier world. Maybe we shouldn't be scared of that, but unfortunately that is something which is playing on Western minds, which is why we have magical thinking. We want Ukraine to win. We all want to live in a world that hasn't got the Ukrainian war, that hasn't got 150,000 dead, but we somehow don't want Russia to use. It's magical thinking. We have to be realistic, and we have to defeat Russia on the battlefield, but there is danger in doing that.
Radek?
I think the Chinese have read Putin the Riot Act on nukes,
Possibly.
and if you've noticed, they've stopped talking about nukes in the last 2 months.
Possibly.
And for me, Russian defeat doesn't mean Russian collapse. It just means Putin giving up some of his objectives and possibly losing power and Russian reform. I don't think there is serious either worry or wish for some kind of collapse or dismemberment of Russia.
No,
it would be unrealistic and possibly undesirable.
So why are we scared of Russia losing?
Well, first of all, I don't think that's the reason for the slowness. This is the largest Western assistance to any country in history. The Americans have voted, 50,000 billion already? We, as the European Union, have voted just on the financial side, 18 billion, 3 billion of which was wired yesterday, I believe. This is big. In Europe, of course, it's the member states that also have assistance programs and, in fact, are responsible for weapons deliveries. This level of support, I think it would be safe for you to assume will not be increased. But we need to sustain it. and we need to translate it into the right kind of equipment. But you have to win with this huge amount of assistance, which is, in the region total of 100 billion. It's a lot of money.
Let me, Anna, go to you to close by stepping back a bit and going to the title of this session. Yevgen, started this conversation by saying we really needed victory this year, that 2023 had to be the year when this happened. Do you share that sense of urgency? And what do you think the prospects are for Ukrainian success and sustainment of this effort over the coming months?
По-перше, доброго дня. Я вибачаюся за те, що...
First of all, good afternoon. I'm sorry that I was late. I'm Svetlana Mishchenko, the director of the Kyiv School of Public Administration. And before that, I was the advisor to the Minister of the Interior, and these people related to the Kyiv School of Public Administration, and they were real public officials. When we are talking about victory about year 2023, I believe that Ukraine got the first victory on the 24th of February 2022, when there was an invasion started, and we stopped being related to the Soviet Union. We stepped away from totalitarianism and many things which are so characteristic for Russia. We didn't choose the refrigerator, but the fighting. And what happened that changed the whole Ukrainian mentality, and what the First Lady was talking about. That's not just the issue of identity, it's the issue of our survival. Besides the military victory we need a new victory in our country. We need new system, new civil servants, because Ukraine in the future will be the front line of European ideals and European ideas and ideals. And for that, the victory shouldn't be just in vain. We need to build the country, the state, where professional and very good civil servants worked, and now working in this school of public administration. I call upon international partners not just help us with weapons. We thank you for that, but we ask you to help us with your knowledge. Many countries and the representatives of them are here. These countries passed a long way till efficient, stable, and sustainable countries. We need such programs. We need to open up programs for education with the Yale, Oxford, maybe West Point, to teach our people how to build the best country from the point of view of statehoodness. And this will become our victory. Even today, we teach military, we teach volunteers, and those who are passionate supporters of our country. And this way, we'll be able to do that. And in the future, and the country is in a strong position, but morally many are tired, and it's important not to lose your identity, but to move towards the victory in small steps. If these are not just military actions, these are trainings and legislative changes which we need so badly. We have the chance to get prepared this year and have a victory.
Being here, it's hard to imagine a more important discussion to be having today. Thanks to Yes and the Victor Pinchuk Foundation for gathering up.
To start? Oh yeah, okay. The mic's already over. Please take a seat. Please take the seats in the front row.
I'll call on you for a question. Or to speak. Yeah.
And yeah, just in a minute. So we'll have a bit different way to organize this discussion rather than in online agenda. We'll have Carl Bildt joining. He is a bit in a traffic and be a bit later, but we would use the time efficiently and start. My name is Natalia Humenyuk. I'm a Ukrainian journalist and the head of the Public Interest Journalism Lab, but also co-chair, co-founder of the Reckoning project, Ukraine Testifies, which documents war crime, in which we actually work with Janine. That would be my disclaimer as well, but I really would like to say that having now Janine on the stage, it would make even more interesting, because Janine covered 19 wars, 3 genocide, wrote 9 books, spent 3 years in Sarajevo, almost 8 years in Syria, went through 3 Putin's war, and in fact, is one of the most legendary war correspondents of our generation. And there is a particular, I know that within the audience for the last couple of days was listening to quite a lot of discussion on the war crimes, on the repatriation, on what's happening on the occupied territories. So our task is really to bring something else. And I think we start really with this time question, because one of the skepticism when we're speaking about the investigation of the war crimes and the crimes against humanity is, from the skeptics, is like, oh, but no, it will take 10 years, be patient, sometimes, maybe, and that's pretty common thing. And you, as somebody who've been to so many wars, who've seen and who've also been to a lot of courts, how you can explain why? Not how, but why and how we can make it different. And I also should also say that I know it's definitely different, because I remember that while you can explain, on the origins of the reckoning, but that some of the ideas of what we are doing now came up from the fact that your notebooks from Bosnia in the court, in the war in Bosnia, they were not really taken into account. However, you were first-hand witness or talked to the first-hand witness. But there is the way today to say that the challenges which existed against, having the justice fast in the 90s and in different wars are not really there, and it's really. So maybe you would explain why it's different and why the chance is there.
Okay, so thank you everyone for coming. Slava Ukraina. And thank you for being here. So really interestingly, and this is a terrible thing to admit, after the war in Bosnia, I was very traumatized. And I had a stack of notebooks this high. And I slept in a bed and they were on a shelf. So every morning I woke up and I saw my notebooks, and they were full of things from Srebrenica, the siege of Sarajevo, the rape camps of Foča. And one day I did something horrific. I went to my garden, I built a fire, and I burned them. About 5 years later, I got a call from The Hague, from the investigators, and they wanted my notebooks on 3 separate things that I had reported: Srebrenica, Mostar, and events in Sarajevo. And I had to tell them I'd burned them. And I think he was a French policeman or something who said to me, "Do you realize what you've done? You have destroyed history." On that moment, I realized that there was this very important role that journalists could play, or first responders. It could be firemen, it could be paramedics, but those that are on the scene immediately, who are seeing it in real time. How could they write up their notes properly using methodology that could be admissible to court? So the other thing I really want to stress is that, and many of you who are very young will not believe me when I say this, but this is how we used to get our notes out of war zones. Thankfully, I'm too young to have done the telegram route, but that's what people did during the wars in Lebanon and the Middle East. They literally had to go find a telegram and telex their stories. But for me, it was that I had to find someone who had a satellite phone, which in those days was maybe the size of half this stage. And then I would have to phone my desk, which was in London, the Times of London, and get a copy taker, which was someone whose job was solely to take notes from what I was saying. So I would say, today 84 shells fell on Sarajevo, S-A-R-A. Anyway, it would take hours, and it was $50 a minute. Today, we use iPhones. We use our phones to document crimes. Natalka and our team film and do everything with one small device. So this is a massive step forward for us. The other thing, and I pointed this out in the last panel, the war in Syria was the first war that really used digital archiving, videos, film, gathering of testimonies, taking documents and photographing them. It was the first one, but it wasn't done in as orderly a fashion as what is being done in Ukraine now. So we've learned a lot from past mistakes. And remember, I only got a cell phone during the war in Kosovo, 1999. And I don't even think we sent messages then. But we are now in an age where we've got to rely on digital, on tech, on these things that can protect us and help us move justice forward.
But maybe you can also elaborate why it's so critical, because I'm coming from the experience when we talk to the witnesses. And, everything what I asked in April 2022 in Yahidne, where 370 people were kept in the basement near the town of Chernihiv, would be no longer remembered in September, to be honest, and I would be sometimes very much surprised that the people wouldn't tell the same story. So really, can you maybe explain, is it evidence could be admissible in the court? What is the challenges of really bringing, for instance, the video footage, or why it's not just enough, like to have something from a person, because sometimes we live in the world when there are tweets, there are pictures on Facebook, everybody films something in Ukraine. But you really understand that, but would it work? Is it really sustainable?
Verified, yeah.
Is it really verified? It feels like we document everything, but when you really talk to the lawyers, feels like nothing out of that might not work at all.
So when we first set up the Reckoning Project, I phoned Sir Geoffrey Nice, who, of course, was the prosecutor at the ICTY, and I had a conversation with him saying, this is what we're going to do. How do we get it right? What should we do so that we can then turn over our archives, which we now have actually lawyers who are then going to build the cases and then hand them over to Sir Geoffrey and prosecutors. But I think the most important thing, there's a lot of citizen journalists, right? Like even the people themselves in the villages in Bakhmut or wherever right now who are filming as they go. But we are trained, our researchers, that the most important thing, first of all, is do no harm. So I'm sure all of you have seen journalists, or mainly TV reporters, I'm afraid, who go into the scene of, let's say, a missile attack. And there are people who are dead or wounded, terribly wounded. And they begin to film, and they begin to find witnesses, and they ask them questions. That isn't going to go to court, because those people are traumatized. So we have to learn how to detect when we're with someone who is traumatized, because those notes absolutely cannot be used. One example, part of our team, Raji, is a Syrian, he's our data analyst. So he's the person that takes our witness statements, runs them through all kinds of technology that I don't understand, and finds patterns, but also is looking for the chain of custody. He and I were in Kharkiv, and we were with a very old man who had lost his home. Within 5 minutes of talking to him, we knew that he was traumatized, and even though what he was saying was very important, his memory, the recollection of the events, nothing was linear, nothing was
we looked at each other and we had kind of had a coded language, like we need to leave because this isn't going to work. So you cannot get testimonies from people that are traumatized. Second, our methodology is very airtight. We do intensive training with our researchers. We're now 25. And what's really important about them is that they're all Ukrainian and they're from the village or the town or the area. So they're locals. People know them, they trust them. They're not French policemen or German riot police or investigators that don't know the country, the culture. So there's a deeper sensitivity. And Mr. Pilch is here. Hello, it's okay.
You're here.
Hi.
As always, with a pack of books and everything. We'll give you a mic in a second, and Janine would go on.
Yeah, so very important to get the methodology right, and then the verification. So you were saying, what's the difference? We verify all of our statements using satellite imagery, working with people like Bellingcat or other American universities that have very intensive methods of making sure it's accurate. Then it goes to our lawyers who are Syrian, and as I said, we have Syrians on our team for a specific reason. They know. They know what Putin does. And then they go to prosecutors like Sir Jeffrey.
Something else before, Carl, you're setting in. I remember and I think it's important for this crowd, in March and April 2022, when we were speaking, I remember everybody from internationals were coming saying, like, be patient. It would be very hard to, prove the evidence in the court. You need to be very diligent, to prove that it's a war crime. It's not just something. However, very fast, I think even the people who coming from the other conflicts said, like, oh, it's clear. We have enough evidence for the war crimes. We're already looking for the crimes against humanity. We're already looking at the, maybe attempts of the crime of the aggression, maybe even attempt of a genocide. So I probably ask you to tell a bit more, not just generally from the analysis, from what you see in Ukraine, how much we have evidence to prove already at this stage the crimes, what type of crimes. I know we have lawyers, you're not a lawyer, but you kind of know it pretty well, to what's already happened by January 23, that it's really, the General Prosecutor Office in Ukraine says it's more than 60,000 cases of the way of the breach of the rules of the war. But really, can you put it in context, the level, the magnitude, and why we are not any longer speaking just about the war crimes?
Yeah, after 19 wars and 3 genocides, I got to Ukraine, and I thought it would take us much longer to get our statements. It's the absolute. The level of crimes committed is horrific. The level, the brutality, and again, because I know Putin's playbook, I was in Grozny when it fell, I was in Aleppo, I was in Syria for 8 years, so I know what he does, and it is this indiscriminate attacks on civilians to drive them to the point of madness. We used to say in Chechnya, in Grozny, you had to get out before you began to go insane because the level of aerial bombardment was so horrific. And I lived through the siege of Sarajevo. That was pretty bad. But what he is doing is trying to demoralize the population, to instill fear. And because Ukraine is not backed down, because the resistance is so fierce, it just makes him even more adamant. Destroy the infrastructures. Make their life absolutely hell. But the other thing that's really important that our team, the Reckoning Project, is looking at is this erosion of cultural identity, which is, of course, a part of genocide. Now, genocide's a really hard bar to reach in international justice. So, but we have to look at what he is doing. First of all, we are recording cases, and this is something we're going to work really hard on this year, of the children, the Ukrainian children, that are taken to Moscow for adoption whilst their parents are still alive. Okay, so they're trying to Russify them. They're trying to erode the Ukrainian identity. There's that. There's the language, which is what happened also in Kurdistan and other places. Armenia, where the language is being suppressed, where the identity, where the history is trying to be erased. Why is Putin so determined to destroy Ukraine? It's to wipe off this sense of Ukrainian from the map. And that is a tenet of genocide. So this is what you're asking me, what we're seeing from our 95 statements, 96 now, right? Mainly the indiscriminate attacks on civilian, and the absolute, deportation, torture, extrajudicial murder. Terrific.
So, Carl, you join us. I will introduce Carl Bildt, the Swedish politician, the former minister of foreign minister of Sweden, the great friend of Ukraine, but also for quite a long time you've been doing a lot in different capacities on the Balkans, on the war in the Balkans. The courts, which we know, and our panel is called like Wars and War Crimes. Can public and politics react quicker in the digital age? So really, my question would be that the case, despite the courts were in the case of the wars in Balkans, quite a lot of people, when we Ukrainians today refer to them, find it like not a successful example, not something we want to do because it takes so long. Do you see, and that's quite of the reason when, it's hard to move, because there is sometimes no political will, because people say like, it won't work. Look in the past, it didn't work properly. What do you think? Why and how it can be different in this case? What is the difference? If we're speaking about the accountability of the Russian leadership for the atrocities in Ukraine.
Well, one thing that is different, and let me say that there are different crimes.
Yeah.
We are talking about war crimes in general terms. I mean, there are endless numbers of those, fairly obviously. And I don't think it would be particularly difficult to say a war crime was committed. The difficulty thing will be to say exactly who was responsible for that particular thing, chain of command and whatever. But in this particular case, we have a specific crime, the crime of aggression, which is the supreme crime of international law, even above genocide, as a matter of fact. And that is, in my opinion, fairly clear-cut. And you don't need to have expert visitors for 30 years in order to establish there was a war initiated, that was a war of aggression, and it is fairly obvious who was responsible for that particular war of aggression. My hope, but there are experts here who knows far more about the details than I do, would be that we would have some sort of tribunal, whatever, war crimes, and some sort of tribunal, whatever, on the crime of aggression. And the crime of aggression is, in my opinion, fairly clear-cut, can be sorted out. The due process, needless to say, is necessary, so it's not done in a week, but it's not a 10-year process. War crimes, tribunals, in this particular case, can go on as long as we want. As long as we want. Because there's such an immense number of them. And at some point in time it will be, but we're so far from that it's a fairly academic debate at this point to discuss how far should you go on. I mean, we have this discussion in the Balkans at the moment. How many decades do you go on? In some cases, it has been decided for certain crimes that you go on forever. I mean, there are still crimes going on in German courts for what happened prior to 1945. But that's got to be sorting out. I foresee the necessity of making different tribunals for the different types of crimes that we are interested in, and I think the crime of aggression is, from the immediate political point of view, the most important one. And we know who's responsible.
Sir Jeffrey, so I'm asking, what is... Yeah, I'll get a question. Yeah. I'm actually counting on you and wanted to give you a word. But also, Janine, you said imminent, but what is the perspective, for instance, for the crime of aggression? 2023, 2024. Could it be as much as soon? If we're really speaking about this clear-cut crime of the breach of the sovereignty attack by one country?
Well, it has to be some sort of tribunal being set up, and there are different options for doing that. You can perhaps think about the European Union taking initiative together with some others and set up. The broader you do it, the greater is the international legitimacy of the entire process. The best would be, of course, to have a resolution by the General Assembly and set it up under some sort of UN auspices, the one way or the other. Doable, people tell me. That doesn't mean that it's going to happen within the next few weeks, because I think it's going to be a fairly controversial and extensive debate among both diplomats and lawyers in the General Assembly, but I think that's doable. And then you have setting the entire thing up and financing it takes some time, because it's such a serious thing that it shouldn't be done. There should be due process. There should be an amount of seriousness to it. There should be defense lawyers. I mean, even the sort of the supreme German and Japanese war criminals had competent defense lawyers. But it's not a thing that takes 10, 20 years, to put it mildly.
What is your take? What are the obstacles? Or do you believe it kind of feasible thing? The special tribunal on the crimes of aggression, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the other day I had a senior Finnish diplomat phone me, and he was very aggressive, saying to me, "You're never going to get Putin. You're never going to get the high-ranking people. Why are you even doing this work you're doing? You're wasting your time." That's exactly what we're fighting against. I think that is what we have to constantly fight against, this kind of lackadays that happened with Syria, for instance. You know, where is Syria now on the justice scope? Or Bosnia, I'm afraid. So I think, will it happen quickly? I mean, this morning we had people saying that it could happen within months, that if there is the political will, and we go back to how do we maintain that political will? How do we keep pressure on governments and also on the public? You know, we have to keep informing them, and that's your job. You know, what is happening there, letting people know, so that Ukraine does not leave the attention of the world. That's important.
We'll get to that, and we're speaking again, like we're speaking about the, can we do something quick in the digital age? We do understand that, like the visuals and something is not really admissible in a lot of courts. However, thanks to OSINT, thanks to a lot of investigation done using the data, we can identify the Russian soldiers who all of a sudden are there in Odnoklassniki or any other platform. We can track some of the things. It's really there. And even if it doesn't go into the ICC, or something else, do you think there is in real time opportunity to do something else with these people? I don't know, sanctions, anything.
Universal
what do you think would
jurisdiction.
be? Yeah, can you just probably speak about different venues? Because sometimes if you speak about something very big, it's like it's not either or. So what could be those venues and the other opportunities so those people do not feel this impunity they feel today, being praised for their atrocities inside Russia?
Well, I think one of the objections that you hear sometimes is, as you referred to, you will never get Putin. Could be, I don't know. But that's not necessarily the key thing. The key thing is to get established that he is responsible for a crime and make that clear to the rest of the world. Whether he's going to have a complicated future the one way or the other. That's for certain. But I would say that the trial and the verdict is going to be very important, independent of whether you have the person in the dock at the moment. I don't think we should see that as necessarily a problem. I focus quite a lot on the crime of aggression because that's fairly easy to establish what happened and who was responsible. Other cases could be more difficult. I look, for example, at which is not war crime. No, it's not a war crime. I mean, the MH17 trial went to the Dutch court system, which is a very sort of elaborate and judicious and competent whatever, and they did a very thorough work. But at the end of the day, they didn't get that far. If you look at the personalities that they found responsible, it was fairly low level.
On the universal jurisdiction, maybe that would be the venue. And Janine, would you speak more about on examples how it may work and can work in the case of the accountability of the Russians for what they did in Ukraine and are doing?
Well, I have to say at the Reckoning Project, that's really part of our goals is universal jurisdiction. And I think the judges and the prosecutors could speak more about it in terms of legal aspects. But I think that, and I'm going to go back to Syria again, just because I think there's a very bitter lesson to be learned from Syria, which is that the amount of crimes that happened on the ground and the number of trials has been, it's just so disproportionate. So universal jurisdiction will give us a chance, and we're very fortunate on our team. We have one member who is a Syrian, who himself had been imprisoned by Assad, who had helped build the Koblenz War Crimes Tribunal. So he's very skilled at building these kind of tribunals. This is one way of bringing justice, you know, and I think that what it is that you operate the courts in another country, in Germany and in France. I believe the UK. Does the UK have universal jurisdiction? No, Sweden, UK. Netherlands. And I think this is one thing we're aiming for, as well as contributing to other justice mechanisms.
And another thing, usually in Ukraine, very often, as long as we heard about the international justice and the responsibility, there is this phrase like, they should go to The Hague. However, the more we think, and that would be my question, do you really think it can be also partially the national case, you know, like how much should be outsourced for international tribunals, courts, how much could be investigated in Ukraine, how it would be treated if Ukraine is kind of a leading country which investigate those thousands of cases. Can maybe we rethink, because sometimes the big discussion is like, oh, would somebody somewhere agreed to do this? Even if it would be ICC, there would be 25 cases, 30 cases, we have thousands. So what would be your experience? In which cases there is a benefit for the international tribunal? In which cases maybe it's not something to advocate? Maybe it's just a homework with some support, of course.
Well, of course, the ideal situation would, of course, be that sort of we have a decisive Ukrainian victory in the war, that Ukraine is control of the territory, and that the Ukrainian legal system can deal with issues, provided that sort of they can get hold of these individuals. But that's perfectly possible, because these crimes have been committed in Ukraine against Ukrainians, to some extent by Ukrainians as well, or people who have been Ukrainian citizens who have been on the other side of it. So there's no question that sort of Ukraine can do it. But that, we all know that that might not be the only answer to the question. The crime of aggression is sort of distinctly different. That can't be done in a Ukrainian court, really, or a Swedish court, or Swiss court.
I wanted to go back to Rwanda, the Rwandan genocide, where I unfortunately was during the genocide. In the aftermath, it was estimated that to go through all of the incidents, and it would take 40 years. So they began something called Gacaca courts, which were based on the South African Truth and Reconciliation Commissions. And sometimes it wasn't effective, but many times it was. And basically, it's homegrown courts. And I have a point about this, because I believe that justice should be led by the Ukrainians, actually, before the internationals. I think it should go first through Ukraine. So they were basically the chieftains, the tribal chieftains in the villages, and then they would bring the perpetrator and the victim into, Gacaca means field, so they would bring them into the field, and they would have these trials, and that way they were able to go through an enormous number that otherwise would be 40 years in the distance. So I just say this because I think it's hugely important that that people, especially the victims, have a sense that something is happening, because otherwise there's this unbelievably deep frustration, like in Bosnia, where people, now I have friends from Foča, from where they see their rapists. I have a friend in Foča who was held in one of the camps who sees the man who raped her every single day in the cafes. She's the one who drops her eyes in shame, not him. So I think by having, like, any way we can galvanize and support Ukrainian justice. This should be our first step. Bruno, you were going to say something, right?
I'll leave the please do if you give a mic. I have a number of the questions for the next 20 minutes.
We have prosecutors and judges here who've set up the ICC.
And Jeffrey, you. And please introduce again for people who just joined.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am a former judge and I'm the first registrar of the ICC. I just want to say about your question. I think to have an efficient justice, you have to have a system of international justice. Means a combination between this exceptional tribunal for the aggression, and that could not be within Ukraine because you have all the problem of immunity, and that is not possible to do it in Ukraine. After you have the ICC, after you have the national systems, the different national system, the Ukrainian system, and also perhaps some system like Gachacha or Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So you need to have a comprehensive system of international justice, and that is I think at the heart of the efficiency of this international justice. I just wanted to say that.
Sir Jeffrey, yeah.
Thanks. There are really two issues here, and although I'd love to talk again about my radical views expressed this morning about what sort of court or tribunal might deal with the issues, I'd like to deal with something about the gathering and the use of evidence. I hope the advice I gave you at the ICTY was reasonably usable. No doubt I would have been pursuing a respectable and conventional and safe line for investigators to follow. And of course, we know that there are people who, for one reason or 10, may be untruthful or inaccurate. But there is a danger in that by lawyers' rules, we start to make presumptions against the accuracy of ordinary people, not ordinary people, terrible word, of people who have suffered, giving a truthful account of what they have seen. Now, obviously, if you've got somebody as a witness who says something and it's capable of easy confirming proof, I saw Mr. Bilt as a witness 2 decades ago, and when he spoke of a letter, of course, if the letter, well, you just want to see the letter. That's a simple example. But sometimes it's not like that. A woman says, I was in my front door and 4 children were killed in front of me, my children. Do you start to doubt her? So in modern practice where I've been involved, I'm much, much more generous because I don't presume against a witness. On the contrary, I think in fairness to the individual, particularly the victim or somebody who may be a victim, the presumption should be different. And I'm going to finish with a footnote from the China Tribunal delivered in June 2019 about the forced organ harvesting, that's killing people, cutting them open, ripping out their internal organs and flogging them on the open market, which is what the People's Republic of China has been doing. In the evidence presented to the tribunal that I chaired, there was one really decent and very clever expert. He was really good, but he was young. And he was so filled with lawyers' rules that he entered into his excellent report on which we relied an instinctive doubt of the witness. And so I said in footnote 227, and listen to the end of it for its importance, this: we may not want to believe things, but that does not generate a reason to doubt them when, I'm sorry about the phone, when they are described. The Pole, Jan Karski, encountered unreasoned doubt from US Supreme Court Justice Felix Frankfurter, himself a Jewish friend and advisor of President Roosevelt, in 1943, when Karski's face-to-face account of his own first-hand experience of Polish ghettos and death camps was met with, "I am unable to believe you." Frankfurter explaining that he did not say Karski was lying, just that he was unable to believe him. Why not? No reason given, and the disbelief came at what cost? So in modern work, especially with the instruments we all use to record events, in which we can say, I turned this camera on somebody in my street and I saw him shoot someone dead. There is no reason to disbelieve that just because it does not accord with a codified set of rules that I probably gave you 20 years ago. But let's grow up.
Yeah, so you have a question, please. Yeah, give the mic. And please introduce as well for those who hasn't been.
Yeah, thanks. Stephen Dougherty. I'm a member of the UK Parliament and speak on Europe for the Labour Party in the opposition. I just wanted to ask a bit more about the digital forensics side of what you're doing and actually the bigger problems, because it strikes me there's two issues. One, the volume of evidence, which you rightly mentioned in relation to Rwanda, but also this question of verification and analysis of evidence. I've seen some excellent work done by, for example, BBCI Investigates, which has led to a successful prosecution in relation to war crimes I think it was in Cameroon, where very advanced open source intelligence analysis techniques were able to identify the time, location, angle of the sun, identity of the individuals, facial recognition, all of these types of things. To what extent are we being able to draw on that sort of expertise from militaries, from intelligence services, from other police services, both to speed things up, but also to provide no doubts in the evidence whatsoever?
So we're not Bellingcat. Bellingcat and data analysts basically sit behind a desk and look at what we give them. We're human intelligence. So we are field workers, essentially. We go in the field, we are with the witnesses, not just once, but many times, and as I explained before, we're local people, so they're trusted. We work with one organization I can't name because it's secretive. We also work with Bellingcat, and we work with a team of sociologists as well, who basically codify our evidence. We're beginning to, open source is basically our verification and satellite imagery and the going back several times. So it's not just one time, taking the testimony one time, often we go several times to get it. My biggest fear, and it's interesting to be at Davos because so much of this is tech-based, right? And there's half of Silicon Valley is here now. So we have been approached so many times for people who want our archives, whether it's the UN Commission on Inquiry, whether it's universities. They want to get their hands on what we have because we're doing the bottom work, right? We're there scooping up all this evidence. My biggest fear, and this is Chatham House rules because I don't want this, is that we get hacked. Because the primary thing, and I said this, is do no harm, right? So if our witnesses, if their names, we take this great precautions of who actually has the metadata, right? So it's basically Raji, our analyst, and one other person. But if that got into the wrong hands, those people could be killed. So witness protection is paramount to us. That is the primary thing. If we had our data analyst here right now, he could talk to you about codes and everything. I'm not an AI person or a data person. But what I can tell you is what we do is something unique because we're in the field getting human intelligence.
Let me add on that, because I think it's becoming very fancy to speak about that. Everybody is about us, and I admire the job of the people who are able. But the OSINTs really might be absolutely useful for the territories. We don't have access for Russia to identify the possible perpetrators, to, like the way how the chain, the command. But I think we shouldn't underestimate what we really have in Ukraine, because what we have, contrary to the different wars, often in the wars and conflicts, the problem is excess, the readiness of the people to talk. If you speak about, like people who are stuck in Syria or in Iran or in Uyghur province or elsewhere, it's hard to find these people. In Ukraine, you have thousands of people who can have a very detailed account. So actually, this job really should be appreciated, because I see a lot of kind of data processing of the tweets instead of really like talking to the person who was on the ground. And just something to say, and that's leading to the question about the crime of denial, which I think on Srebrenica and on everything we hear as well in the public discourse. What I was very curious as the field researcher in Ukraine, how careful are Ukrainians with giving their testimonies? I, as a journalist, was always afraid that people overdo. Usually people overdo. I was, for a while, we worked within the occupied territories, Kherson region, the regions which were recently occupied. We talked to the people, we recorded their testimonies, then cities were liberated. Everything was confirmed. The cell where they sent. Here, I would ask everybody, go to the exhibition downstairs. There would be the picture of the cell. One cell was there where our reporter from Kakhovka was there in March. He described this cell in detail. He told about this story. I see it now. Everything he told is real. Everything was is many times verified. And once, even there was a case when the lady told that her son-in-law experienced the smoking death when the Russian shot the soldier near and almost killed the person. And I called the man and I told oh, you saw this soldier killed? And he said no, I didn't see. I haven't seen. And I said I've heard. He would always really, and I think the problem with that, and I probably would like you to again explain that Ukraine lived for the last years through the immense attack by Russia to deny, the truth. So Ukrainians know that anything they say would be by Russian television, by Russian propaganda, denied. Mm-hmm. And they are so cautious about not being believed. They are traumatized by constantly being denied to considered biased. Can you really explain how dangerous it is in case of Bosnia, in case of Srebrenica, Rwanda, about this, how we can deal with that also in the public courts, let's say, the courts of public?
So what makes me so angry right now, having witnessed Srebrenica, and also, sadly, the lead up to it, because we knew from '92 that the Serbs wanted Srebrenica and there was going to be a slaughter. I never thought there'd be a genocide, but I never knew it would take those extremes. It is extraordinary to see how history is rewritten. And the same thing in Rwanda right now, this whole revisionist history that Kagame basically incited the point so that he knew there was going to be a genocide of his people. What we are doing as well, the third part of our project, is to build an archive. The archive so that it can never be retold. And if you look at Russian television and the disinformation that's coming out of it, there was something the other day about the British tanks were destroyed, but they hadn't arrived yet. We need to be unbelievably careful about what we are doing. But I think this is all part of the politics of memory. And making sure that what happened in Ukraine in these terrible months will not be turned into a different narrative. And the Russians, of course, I'm afraid, are far ahead of us in terms of knowing how to spin narratives. We're not even anywhere near what they're capable of doing.
Carl, what would you say? You're speaking to a lot of people globally. Do you think that, there could be the crimes committed by Russia could be denied?
Oh, absolutely. They can be denied, and they will be denied by them. No question about that. That will happen. And that is why, to go back to my basic point, where we can really do it on is on the crime of aggression. Mm-hmm. If I go to the experience in the Balkans, be that Bosnia, be that even more, I would say Kosovo, have the narratives of what happened during the war been fundamentally changed? The competing narratives, I would say. Have the competing narratives of what happened during the war been fundamentally changed by the legal processes? Doubtful. Doubtful. That is not an argument against doing it, but one should not expect that to lead to people suddenly switching around and say, it was in the way that was said, and I was wrong. These narratives are part of much deeper grievances and issues that sort of predate the conflicts sometimes.
I would like you to think about the questions and raise your hands. We have still like 14 minutes for that. But my last question would be on the propaganda and propagandists and their responsibility. Because what we see in case, we can speak, I think, for this group of people, there is no need to discuss that there is Russian propaganda and how cruel it is and the incitement of the genocide. But what we also see that, for instance, like a case of the bombing the maternity ward in Mariupol last March, we also know that there is this real life action connected to propaganda. So, for instance, weeks before, the Russians were speaking that there might be a Azov battalion in that maternity ward. So they kind of laying the ground that, something might happen there, and when it's happened there, it's already kind of justified. So do you think, and often when we talk to the lawyers, they are, cautious about propagandists, the freedom of the speech, some other things, making it complicated, and beyond the case of the radio in Rwanda and maybe a couple of things in the Nuremberg trial, there were very little cases on responsibility for the propagandists. But in this war, the propaganda is instrumental. The crimes are making with this support for being filmed. Do you think what can be done? How kind of a special tribunal, a special case, a special anything? What would be the responsibility for the propagandists in this war?
I mean, if you look back on Radio Milkolin, kill the cockroaches, kill the cockroaches, kill the Tutsis. And that inflamed the Interahamwe into getting their bloody machetes and murdering 1 million people. And I just want you to think of something. 1 million people were murdered in 3 months, mainly with machetes, which is labor-intensive killing. So imagine that. And I always, I will be haunted by Rwanda until the day I die, and Srebrenica. But I think that we need to look at Putin's statements, because I've never really paid attention to President's statements. I think now what is written in his statements and the interviews he's giving, there is hate speech. This is hate speech. This is inciting genocide. And it's the first time I have ever paid attention to that. I never even listened to what Saddam Hussein was saying, but it is now, I think, very clearly embedded into the Russian playbook. So I think we've got to think carefully about how the link between hate speech. Well, Goebbels wasn't he on trial for hate speech, inciting hatred? I think we need to have a relook at this. No,
Carl, you look skeptical.
Yeah, you look skeptical.
Yeah, was Goebbels on trial for hate speech?
It was propaganda.
That.
It was
no,
like
I don't think propaganda.
70 years.
Actually, it was for.
Yeah, please.
Sorry, in ICTR, it's for complicity of genocide. Huh?
Yeah.
And that is possible with the Convention on Genocide. That is especially within the. So that is possible.
But I certainly agree. I mean, go to the Putin speeches. They are extremely clear.
Yes.
Not every one of them. Sometimes he sort of say the international public wants to hear something slightly different. But in some of the key speeches that he gives to the Russian audience, particularly in the beginning of the war, he is as explicit as can be. Whether that would go to the threshold of the crime of genocide, others can decide. But if I go to my I don't want to be too repetitive, but a question certainly that is there, it's sort of as clear cut as you get. But then one should not underestimate, by the way, the resources that can be mobilized by the other side. going back to MH17, different case. But look at the resources the Russians have been throwing into the one bizarre theory after the other for years. I mean, apart from anything, I don't care about the Russian state budget that much, but it's substantial resources in human and financial terms that they have been throwing into trying to not necessarily defend, because they don't have a case, but in order to destroy the prosecution case in this particular case. That's to be expected as well in this particular case, or in this particular cases that will be brought up.
Yes, but the advantage with the totalitarian regime is that everything is writing down.
Yeah.
That is very good.
Yep.
So you can use it.
Yeah, and the stamp.
Yeah, it's stamped because everybody is protect himself.
Yep.
So that is very, and that's...
Or Milosevic. Wasn't everything documented? Didn't you have so much paperwork, trails of paperwork?
I would like to ask, give a moment to ask the questions before, because we have some people who haven't spoken, so please, and we have some minutes for that. And please, the others also, give me a sign if you still have.
Okay, thank you. Olena Sotnik, I'm a former member of the parliament and human rights defender and coordinator of Justice 24, a project in Ukraine. We're helping Ukrainians to claim to Russia on different bases. You know, Karl, you've been very right when you said like that crime of aggression is a crime of the crimes. And I think that one of the main topics of these panels, how politics and politicians can react more appropriate, I would say. It's not even quicker. Because special tribunal, that's the only one option. We know that international criminal courts, they can't prosecute Putin on crime of aggression. And I think that it's not legal problem. It is more political problem. Because some very important countries, let's be fair, they're just afraid to have this, I would say, it's very unique case. So what should we do from political point of view in order to persuade United States, Great Britain, Germany and some other countries to support the idea of this special tribunal? That's my first question. And my second question, how do you think, what is going to happen if this crime of the crimes is not going to be punished?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, the answer to the latter part of your question is fairly obvious. That if action is not taken against it, it will be easier for others to commit the same crime in the future. So it's not only a question of making right to Ukraine, but it's a question of defending everyone else in the future against that crime being repeated by whoever. I mean, Putin is not the last evil individual on our planet. I don't know that, but I think that's a reasonable assumption. And to put as high barriers in international law against aggression as we can is, I think, an extremely important thing in trying to preserve sort of peace and stability in the world. That's fairly obvious. What was the first part of the question? I've forgotten now.
The politicians who oppose to set up the special tribunal.
Yeah, there will be sort of competition different, but I think setting up the international tribunal we should focus on the greater the legal or international basis for it, the better. And that in itself is not going to be entirely easy, because there are of course countries that are going to say, okay, we see what the Russians have done. There could be an argument in favor of setting up such a thing, but why restrict it to the Russians? And then, of course, you can see that the Brits and the Americans will start to get nervous. And that's going to be a difficult balancing act. We want to have as broad as possible, but we don't really want a tribunal that deals with every conceivable kind of aggression during the past 100 years. Because evil as Putin is, and evil as this crime is not the first crime in world history of aggression. So that's a difficult balancing act.
Hello,
My name is Stacia, and I'm one of volunteers who started to participate in investigations from February, so I'm not as professional as you in all this stuff. And right now, how everything was on the background. We received lots of information from our people we know, and we did additional investigations, and then we went to media, international media, we represented this information, then they told like, oh guys, sorry, but we couldn't post this, we need to do additional investigation, etc. So after 4 or 5 months, then they informed that we should go to special forces and to some people who are next to special forces. So right now we have lots of materials, for example, how European countries, even countries from European Union, they still supply Russia, yes, with, for example, different microchips, etc. And then these forces, they are aware of all this stuff, and we are waiting. They told that we need to do additional investigations. Some of them, they already took about 6 months, 5 months. Yeah, maybe it's not a lot, we don't know. Yeah, but the question is, maybe you know this better than we do. So how much such kind of investigations from their side may take place, and what could be done from our side? Because, you know, this kind of materials and information is something which is impossible to keep silent for a really long period of time, yeah? And it's what our people are thinking, that it's easier to go to bloggers and somebody who are not connected to politics, you know, and to make it in real life. So people should know about this. But right now, everything is like step by step. We are waiting for additional investigators and the kind of approval, etc. So maybe you could tell some additional emails or something.
You mean for the you know, stopping the European countries to, you know,
yeah, like through third countries, avoiding sanctions, etc. So it's quite everybody not talking about, but anyway, it's still ongoing. So maybe you have some hints, and thank you so much.
Well, it's a slightly different issue, but I mean, in terms of, it's a tricky issue, implementing sanctions. You might think this is an easy thing. But I remember sitting in the summer having a nice dinner with the foreign minister of Montenegro and with more or less his entire staff, with 3 or 4 people who were dealing with these issues. And Montenegro is, of course, a hub for a lot of things that have been going on and are going on. And for these people, and he was saying, we get a new directive from Brussels every second day and from the US, that these particular things should be sanctioned, and we don't even know what they're talking about in terms of technicalities. So to get all of these particular jurisdictions that we have all over the world to fully understand and implement the magnitude of sanctions that is now coming is going to take some time. We should know that the Russians are, of course, and they have an experience from, I guess they get a retaining experience, from the times of the Cold War when the KGB set up a completely separate organization, Directorate T, if I remember it, which was sort of designed only to circumvent sanctions. They are doing that, and they will succeed. They will succeed to get things. No question about that. But they will not succeed to do things, to get things in the order of magnitude, in quantities that they need. But it's going to be a constant battle, where we are not going to be 100% successful with implementing all of the sanctions. And we should be, in my opinion, sometimes slightly more careful than we've been to really, when we decide on the sanctions, know that it is enforceable and that we can really implement it. Because it's only when it's really implemented that it really hurts.
We're rounding up, but I have a final question, because it's a bit coming from what you've been here on air. It's maybe first of all to Janine. Russia could do what they did in Chechnya because they control this country. You know, they can put some of the international organizations, but they limit the access. In Syria, Assad controls the country. There is a limited access. In a lot of countries where crimes are committed, the states are having this access. Ukraine is unique because it's open and transparent in the non-occupied territories, of course, but still, even there. So there is this opportunity to have, let's say, a law enforcement of a democratic state, a different state, which kind of is touchable compared to untouchable law enforcement in different countries. We have all this great civil society which do the job, and I feel that a lot of people are cautious, like, can they really cooperate? Usually, you work for famous international publications, and usually the journalists do not cooperate with the prosecution, like randomly, but it's not really the way the independent journalism works. How do you think it can be done? Because I see this gap still. I think in spring a lot of people were cautious, prosecutors were like, we like what you're doing, but we're doing own things, you do your thing. And when we have thousands of crimes, it's impossible, like, it can be either or. We shouldn't duplicate. But what is a way? Do you have concerns about, cooperation with the law enforcement if you're a renowned international journalist? How it can be having in mind that Ukraine is democracy? Can we share the duties? How the system should be established? Because I don't really think that despite all our nice cooperation, and we're here in the same place with the people from the law enforcement in Ukraine, I still feel the gap is there. We're still not really fully complementing each other to make it way faster than we can do.
We're trying. I mean, we had a major conference in September in Berlin where the Reckoning Project tried to bring together most of the civil society who are actors working in accountability. And the main thing, as you remember, that we're trying not to do is duplication. Because if we could almost divide up territory and say, we're going to do this area, you're going to do this area, so we don't repeat each other. I think, though, that there is such a vast array of crimes that there is plenty of work to be done. And I think that, and this goes back to your question earlier, don't give your evidence to bloggers, please. I mean, that I would see that as very irresponsible. I think that what we have to continue to do, Natalka, is to work with other people. We have reached out with the EU police. Police traditionally don't want to work with anyone. They want to work with themselves. That's fine. Let them do their job, and we will do our job. I just think I've completely, the naysayers in this field who just say, you're never going to get Putin. Why are you doing this? There's too many crimes. Look what happened in Bosnia. We're never going to get accountability. I don't listen to them. No. We just put our heads down. We are a tiny team. We are 28 people now, 26, 27, mainly all women because the men are on the front line fighting. And I just think we have a job to do. I have goals. I have aspirations, and we're just putting our head down and working in the field. That's what we do. We can't listen to all of the noise outside that says, you can't do it, you're never going to get justice, because we're doing it for the people. We're doing it for all of those voices that are never going to get heard. We're out there. We're taking the testimonies. We're verifying it. That's the best we can do right now.
But maybe to finalize, Carl, having this idea that you worked in the different countries, but still, Ukraine is democracy during the war. Do you think it's really, in terms of the investigation, of the trust, of the cooperation, it really make it, different? Because also it could be an answer for the skeptics. If you really speak about it, Ukrainian law enforcement had their issues. I'm, as a Ukrainian reporter, know it for years. But still,
I don't see this as a problem and as an issue because there's an abundance of war crimes. So there will be sort of ample space for everyone cooperating or doing it different or doing it on their own. Not a problem. Then I would just say, sort of to be realistic, even under the most sort of concentrated efforts by each and everyone, I don't see it's conceivable that every single war crime will be brought to justice. Not going to happen. Does that sort of undermine the case for doing it? No. I would say even on the contrary. The important is to start to do it, and to do it in the one case after the other with credibility. That has a political effect, even if it doesn't conclude the process. Because the process, with the amount of war crimes that have been committed and with the standards that these trials should have had, could go on more or less forever. But that's not the key point. The key point is to start the process, bring accountability, say the process is there. Then, of course, even if it's only the limited number of people that are brought to trial or cases in the beginning, there's a message to everyone else who has committed war crimes and know that they have committed war crimes that it might happen to them. further down the line. And the people who have been subject to war crimes and feel that they want justice, they know that might not be happen now. It might happen further down the line. So starting the process of getting going, I think that's a huge value in itself.
Thank you. I should say that we answered the question of the panel. Yes, it can be done quicker. I think we can say firmly yes.
We did.
Thank you so much for the participation, Carl and Janine.
Thanks. Sorry for being late.